busy. Talk to you later.
Every time I review...
Okay.
A game, I get comments like, delete your channel, this game is perfection, I will not accept any criticism of this game or any different opinions different from my own. So I got a good idea. Since gamers are so intelligent and know everything about video games, I'm gonna let gamers review Starfield, and I'll just be the referee. Introducing our first expert level gamer, a man who needs no introduction, the legendary YouTuber, heel versus babyface.
Taking my headphones off, fuck that.
Oh shit, he's taking off the headphones.
So fucking boring!
Now, I'm thinking that this guy does not like Starfield. But why?
Fucking pronouns!
Oh, okay, I get it. In the character creation screen, it asks you what pronoun you want for your character. It's like 3 seconds of a game, which is like 700 hours long.
Fucking gender ambiguity!
Heel, how do you feel about my idea about letting gamers review Starfield?
Fuck off!
But the gamers...
We can't see past our own fucking reflection!
I just don't think Starfield is a good fit for this guy. He should really check out The Last of Us 2. No pronoun selection screen, no character creator at all, actually.
Every single solitary fucking thing!
Alright, let's play Starfield now.
We also have an all-new animation system.
The characters' facial expressions and lip syncing, which are done procedurally by a program, are incredibly accurate, and the character models look really great under the correct lighting.
The character models look really great under the correct lighting. Alright, let's dig into this a little. Echo the Fox calls it Starefield. Oh my god, that's gonna hit the score for some big damage. I am lowering the game score to 9 out of 10 after that one. That is gonna hurt sales. K-Dog loves Starfield, but even he admits the character models are ugly. Why are all these clips from a crouching standpoint? Like, maybe stand up straight? Oh, I see now. For the graphics to be good in this game, you have to stand up and have the character in the correct lighting. It's a skill issue, I see. Shinobi 602 is very impressed by the detail of the environments, given the scope of the game. I can definitely get behind this. When you walk into a room in this game, there will be like 300 little items on the desk, and every one of the items has a detailed 3D model. And it's a good fit for this game because a lot of the gameplay is picking up items. On the other hand, a lot of the gameplay, and I mean a lot of the gameplay, is people talking to you. So the face animations are a key aspect of the game that should not be overlooked. Starfield is hands down the best gaming experience I have ever had. Nothing comes close, not even my beloved Skyrim or Witcher 3. Holy shit, this game is good. I am bumping that score back up to a 10 out of 10 flawless masterpiece. Xbox is back, baby. Bro's head is missing. Alright, take the points back. I haven't gotten any bugs this funny yet. My expectation for Starfield was that it would have like a cyberpunk level of glitches, but so far the glitches I've got is like enemy doing this. So this is the power of the boost pad.
Captain Solo, Protocol Indigo.
And one of my challenges doesn't work. I just can never complete this challenge because it's bugged, which sucks because my guy always keeps running out of oxygen. Also, I saw a spaceship do this. What is that thing?
Hey, contact Charlie 3. That's you. Charlie 3. Nice to meet you. Bye, Charlie 3. Hi.
You can enjoy something and still willingly admit where the flaws lie. I might have to edit this guy out because he cannot be a gamer. This is boilerplate Bethesda, and for most that's fine, but I think it's a little dated. Basically what he's saying is, Starfield doesn't look like Fallout 3, it doesn't sound like Fallout 3, but it plays like Fallout 3.
Starfield is our first new universe in over 25 years, but it's still a Bethesda RPG through and through, where you step into a new world and you get that feeling
of feeling like Spider-Man. How are people not enjoying this game? I am a 40-year-old gamer who has been playing since the 80s.
Holy shit.
I've never touched a Bethesda game before this one, as I am a super space nerd, and this game got me to purchase a Series X just to play it. Boy, do I feel justified with my purchase. Okay, so here we got a big-time Star fan, an older gentleman that has somehow never played a Bethesda game. I don't know where this dude was at during Xbox 360 times. I truly do not understand the negativity towards the game. The hardest part of a game developer's job is its community, and some of these players are either delusional or just entitled. The demands and expectations I'm seeing on just this subreddit alone are disturbing. People don't want to play games to have fun anymore. They just want to point out all the flaws and mistakes. I can definitely sympathize with this dude. Gamers take a lot for granted, and they're way more vocal about criticizing good games than celebrating them. Fuck you! On the other hand, what fucking Starfield planet do you come from? Microsoft is a $2.4 trillion corporation. The marketing behind this game was so insane that it got you to buy an Xbox Series X to play it. This game should be held to the absolute highest standard, especially by people who bought the Series X day one. Mad because you can't manually fly from one planet to another? Seriously? I can't wait to fast travel to where I'm going to see what's going on over there. Alright, that's it. Red flag. You're going in the penalty box. Fast travel is not a selling point. That is a convenience. I think a lot of people, myself included, saw the No Man's Sky mining in the trailer and just naturally assumed that the game would also feature spaceships like No Man's Sky, where you can get into the ship, fly around the planet, and then zoom into space and onto another planet seamlessly. This is not the case. In Starfield, the space travel is you go into a menu and watch a cutscene. You can fly a spaceship in space, but really it's there for combat and not traversal.
He just keeps smelling the sandwich. How is he doing? Up. Put it in his pocket for later.
Starfield players agree that its first dozen hours are its weakest. Okay, 12 hours in, and I love it. Ah, yes, the classic 12 hours to get to the fun part type game. I feel like most good games aren't even 12 hours long. Not every game has to start with a bang, right? But 12 hours?
No one is born good or evil. Every day you take a step in one of those directions.
Starfield is way better with the mods. Real talk, Starfield is like a strong 6 out of 10. With mods, 7 out of 10. And there you have it, people. I am dropping the gamer score to a 6 out of 10 without mods. And always remember, you did this, not me.
In Starfield, we're pushing our cities and settlements further than we ever have before. It's all there, waiting for you. A slice of humanity's future.
So, ready to get out there?
No, no, no!
I feel like I'm literally getting lost in space. I can't get from A to B when leaving a planet without finding myself an hour later so far off my original objective having a blast. This game is top notch, I swear. For real. Exploration in this game is actually pretty fucking crazy. Yeah, I literally keep landing on planets and spending my entire night playing on that single planet. If you are still down for this old school Bethesda type game, and you will get lost in this. There are so many quest lines, so many planets, so many factions, just so much.
I have a feeling today's going to be a great day. Don't you agree?
Enemy boss that is 9 level above me. Has brain dead AI. Easy to cheese.
Badly for you.
And y'all call this the best game of the century. Starfield is a joke. God damn, this man just destroyed the entire Xbox kingdom. And for that, I'm gonna have to lower the score down to a paltry 5 out of 10. Breaking. Digital Foundry caught lying about Starfield. Uh-oh, Digital Foundry, somebody is going to jail.
The water also surprises me. There's no swimming in Starfield. It will break your fall if you jump from a great height, as I just did, but diving is forbidden. You just glide along the...
There is swimming. 11 out of 10. Xbox is back in business.
There is no world where Starfield's an 11 out of 10. And
Phil, no. Now I have to put it back to a 5 out of 10.
there isn't really a great solution or win for us. I see commentary that if you just build great games, everything would turn around. It's just not true. We lost...
I gotta believe! H to the E to the R to the O, and here comes your hero, huh? Here we go! To the A to the R to the A, you rap with the name, I rap every day. Now it's time for the Rough Fat Night.
July 2nd, 2005. A man enters Enumclaw Community Hospital with his incapacitated friend in tow. He quickly asks the staff to help his friend, then disappears before identifying himself. His friend is rushed to the emergency room, but it's too late. He's already dead before doctors could do anything to help him. According to the Enumclaw County Medical Examiner's Office, he died of acute peritonitis due to the perforation of the colon. The cause? Taking it up the ass from a horse. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the story of Mr. Hands. This video is sponsored by Beard Club. It can take a lot of work to keep your beard and mustache looking and feeling their best. You got a small army of products that you're gonna want. That's where Beard Club comes in. They deliver quality hardware and products that'll have your beard as good as it gets with a variety of grooming kits, trimmer kits, and growth kits. I got some of my favorite things they sent me here. I got that beard and scruff cream. Always gotta give it a good sniff before you put it on, and it's nice. Got the sandalwood scented beard oil. Right there in the mustache there. Then you got the beard balm, which is really good for keeping the mustache fresh. The real highlight of their line, though, in my opinion, is the PT45 trimmer, which is 100% the best trimmer I've ever had. Personally, I don't let my beard get too long, but I also don't want a clean shave, so I can adjust the blade length how I want, and then I can make the blade a little closer for the edges that I do want cleaner. And if you have a longer beard, it comes with a bunch of guides. I've also been in a situation so many times when, you get started, and all of a sudden your trimmer dies halfway through because you didn't know how much battery was left. This one that tells you how much battery is left so you don't have to worry about that situation. Not that you'd have to be concerned about it much to begin with because the battery lasts a really long time. Order your best beard today and take 20% off your first order when you go to beardclub.com/wang and use code WANG. Of all the big shock videos that I haven't covered on this channel yet, Mr. Hands is definitely the one that gets requested the most. And at first I had actually thought that I hadn't watched the original video, then I looked it up and it all came back to me in an instant. From what I've seen, the uploads of it that are floating around online right now are edited. The audio is removed and the intro has been cut out. But I was able to find archived uploads of the original dating back as far as August of 2006. It begins with that classic Windows Movie Maker title animation. The kind that reminds me of those top 10 heaviest metalcore breakdown compilations. It reads, Zeta Mo Beta Productions presents Deep Thrusts, starring Mr. Hands and Super Stud the Wonder Horse. I can't play you the rest, obviously, but here's the play-by-play. The film opens with a nighttime shot of a man in a gray hoodie with his pants pulled down. He's bent over next to a horse. Another man, also dressed in a gray hoodie, pulls on the horse's front leg. After some pulling, the horse mounts the pantsless individual, and this move brings the horse's massive erection into the frame. With a little bit of a struggle, the other man guides the horsecock into his friend's ass. The horse is bracing itself, the guy's gasping, and then you get this sound that's like squishing your hand in a plastic bag full of macaroni. Also, the guy seems to have 3 spikes on his balls. Because of the low resolution, it's hard to tell if they're piercings or some kind of growths. The horse starts thrusting really hard, and the guy makes these sounds that are like you're touching the walls in Doom looking for the secret, but there's no secret to be found. Then the horse busts, he withdraws from the guy's ass, and the other guy goes, "He came," with his voice of absolute wonderment. Then he reaches out and starts swatting at the horse dick like a cat playing with a toy mouse. The guy that got diddled goes, "Oh God," in a half-pained, half-pleasured voice. That's the end. The whole ordeal lasts about 42 seconds. And legend has it that this man died shortly after the video. So how did these guys find themselves in this predicament? In the before times, before the internet, you might have a guy here and there that was interested in hooking up with an animal. You know, like the archetypal sheep fucker of the Scottish countryside. But before the internet, most of these kinds of guys probably just went through life thinking that there is a specific thing messed up with only them. And with no outlet for their paraphilia, they basically just defaulted to living a normal life. But with the internet, all of a sudden these people start finding each other. Although very, very rarely would these people ever meet in real life for obvious reasons. But there's one exception, a little enclave of horse fuckers in Washington state. In fact, according to Charles Madutta, the writer of the documentary Zoo, this was the only real-life zoophilia club of this sort that him and his team were able to find. And of all the states in the US that this could possibly happen, Washington was a likely candidate. You see, this is because at the time, Washington was one of a handful of US states in which bestiality was legal. Although you might think, oh, this is because they hadn't had an incident yet to merit a law being made. In the case of Washington, there actually was a law, but it got repealed in 1976. Around this time, Washington was one of many states that was repealing their laws forbidding anal and oral sex. But in the case of Washington, the laws against bestiality were attached to these laws. So once these laws were repealed, bestiality effectively became legal. And thus, Washington state becomes the horse fucker's paradise. But even with the law set up in their favor, there were a few other states where you could do such a thing. But Washington had one thing that the other states didn't. A man named James Michael Tate. James Michael Tate lived in a trailer that was next to a farm that was the home to several horses. He was also involved in the online zoophile community. But unlike most of his peers, he was actually interested in cultivating a real-life group of people with this shared interest. So after a thorough vetting process, James would start to bring these people into the fold. They'd get together for weekends, holidays, have food and drinks, great conversations with like-minded people. In the documentary Zoo, which spends time with some of these people, they describe how liberating it felt to have a group of people with this freakish shared interest and be able to discuss it openly in real life. Oh, and you know, also how great it was to have a place to go get fucked by horses. A farm that, unbeknownst to its owners, had become somewhat of a destination for zoophiles around the world. They even had the horse fucking down to a science. In an interview with Vice, Charles Madetta describes it. How exactly did they train the horses to fuck them? They would literally bend over and wait for the horse to fuck them. They'd also put some type of scent on themselves, the pheromone people used to get horses to breed. He also describes their vetting process for the animals. Did they pick specific horses from the farm, or were they down to be fucked by any horse? They had preferences. They would figure out which horse was too strong, which had the biggest cock, which was the quickest fuck. It was like going to a horse auction. They were really into the cows too. One of the guys literally said he planned on eating one of the bulls after it fucked him. I found that to be very problematic, getting fucked by something you were going to eat. He was super darkly into zoophilia in a way that was unlike the others. Yeah, I mean, fucking a bull is one thing, but eating it after? It's a bit too far. I think we discovered the next PETA campaign. A lot of these guys wanted to see themselves as massive animal fuckers. Guys who could take on huge things. They would even talk about fucking dolphins, which supposedly have big cocks. He also went on to question whether it was the animals they were really into, or maybe they were just next level size queens. To me, it's clear today that these guys had this worship of cock that may have had nothing to do with horses. Fucking posers. And as part of the ritual, sometimes the men would go on to fuck each other and post videos of it online, along with, of course, videos not unlike the infamous Mr. Hands video. So anyhow, one day James Tate brings Mr. Hands into his little group. Mr. Hands was a divorced 45-year-old engineer who worked for Boeing. Years prior, a serious motorcycle accident had caused nerve damage that reduced his ability to feel a lot of sensations.
Welcome to my channel.
To try and seek out new ways to feel something. Anything. Begins with things like fisting, gigantic dildos, and eventually he gets curious about the horses. And this is how he winds up seeking out Tate's little circle. For quite some time, he had been a part of their little group, regularly getting fucked by horses along with his pals. But on that fateful night of July 2nd, disaster strikes. Although there was a horse on Tate's property that the men would usually engage with, this night, for whatever reason, it just wasn't happening. So Tate, Mr. Hands, and an unidentified third person who was working the camera would go to the farm to meet up with a horse that they knew as Big Dick. While the third man is filming, first Tate gets fucked by Big Dick, and then right after, it's Mr. Hands' turn. But for some reason, this time, Big Dick was just too much to handle, and that's where Mr. Hands gets his colon perforated. He immediately knows that something has gone horribly wrong, but he refuses to go to the hospital because there's just too much at stake. He couldn't risk Boeing finding out, and worse, he couldn't risk his family finding out. So he decides he's just gonna try, walk it off. Hours pass though, and they realize this isn't getting better. This isn't something he's gonna be able to just tough out. Either they get this man to the hospital, or they're gonna have a dead body to deal with. But as you know, it was a little too late. Who knows if they could have saved him if they'd only gone sooner. But for the survivors, their friend dying was just the beginning of their problems. Using Mr. Hand's driver's license, police eventually track his co-conspirators back to the farm, and it was there that they would discover hundreds of VHS tapes and DVDs of these men fucking horses, one of which contained the incident that ended Mr. Hands' life. So this should be a pretty open and shut case then, right? Not so much, because if you remember, there's no bestiality laws in Washington, so they had to find something else. Perhaps animal cruelty? Well, after reviewing the videotapes, and remember, authorities had to sit through hundreds of these tapes, they determined that they couldn't go for animal cruelty because there's no evidence that any of the animals were actually harmed. So, what happens is, James Michael Tate gets charged with criminal trespassing, because, the owners didn't know that these people were going on the farm to fuck their horses. He winds up with a suspended 1-year sentence, a $300 fine, 1 day of community service, and he's forbidden from ever visiting the farm again. The Kings County Sheriff's Office expected that no media outlets would report on this case due to the gruesome details, which shows that they have absolutely no idea how the media works. This would be the Seattle Times' biggest story of the year. But an interesting thing about it, Mr. Hands' real name would be withheld from all of the early reporting. There was a rumor that feds or some kind of powers that be were forbidding anybody from using his name. And considering how readily the media usually names people, and that Boeing might have had some kind of sway, because they wouldn't want to be known as the horse fucker company, it is kind of plausible. But then, the radio DJ Tom Likas one day just let it all out live on the air. He identified Mr. Hands as Kenneth Pinion, the Boeing employee. His family, of course, were mortified by the whole situation, and with all this looming over their heads, they still had to deal with his estate, which previously, unbeknownst to them, included a property with a house and a barn that he was building, as well as a horse he had purchased named Strut. You see, all this time, Pinion had been building this new house in hopes that his wife and kid would eventually come back to him and live there with him, but they only learned of this when it was too late. Also, a cast of the horse's penis was found inside the house. The horse was taken by an animal rescue and gelded immediately after. They did this so none of the other horse fuckers wandering around town tried to buy it for nefarious purposes. And of course, this case more than anything left the people of Washington state wondering, how the fuck is bestiality still legal in 2006? A Washington senator named Pam Roach quickly made a bill to ban bestiality, which was passed the following February. But luckily since then, they haven't had to actually use this law for anything. It makes sense because for these guys, the party was already over. And according to Charles Madutta, there was a bit of an air of resentment towards Mr. Hands. After all, he's the one that ruined the horse fucker's paradise. When I was talking to the zoos in Washington, I got an impression that they thought Mr. Hands was a bit of a weakling. He was an intellectual. He worked for Boeing as an engineer. They could take a horse fucking and not have to go to the hospital. He was effete and new to it. They thought he ruined it. If he wasn't so self-destructive, they'd still be fucking horses on weekends. Dumping him at the hospital was really dumping him into the media and mainstream, and ending the thing they had going. And of course, with the landscape of Washington changed forever now, they had to scatter around the country. In fact, James Tate would find himself arrested once again for horse fucking. and pony fucking and dog fucking, this time in the state of Tennessee in 2009. For his crime, James would receive 10 years of probation, and his accomplice, the farm owner Kenny Thomason, would receive 2. Over the course of the next few years, several states would finally add bestiality laws. But believe it or not, there's actually 2 that still allow it. Wyoming only banned it in 2021 as a reaction to an incident that had happened the year prior, also with horses. Hawaii also banned it finally in 2021, at least this with 2 spots, New Mexico and West Virginia. I'm just going to assume they haven't gotten around to it yet, and it's not that they're huge bestiality enthusiasts. And that just leaves us with the matter of the actual viral video. A lot of people take for granted that this is the actual video in which Mr. Hands gets killed. In fact, a lot of people describe it as being way more graphic and violent than it actually is. There's always been some debate over whether or not this is the video, and whether or not that's actually Mr. Hands in the video. Some have even claimed that they've seen this video before the incident. In fact, even the Two Guys One Horse website, which Joe Rogan famously promoted, notes that it's assumed but not certain that this is the same man who died. So here's my opinion. I think this video does show the actual Mr. Hands, but I don't think this is that same incident that killed him, and I'll tell you why. So if this is the video where he gets killed, it's unlikely that the men who recorded it would have went right away and uploaded it to the internet. They had way too much to deal with at that time, so it would have necessarily been leaked from the police department. But there's something in it that tells me that this isn't what happened. The Windows Movie Maker title screen. Now, anybody could have found the leaked video and added a title screen at the beginning just to be a wacky silly guy. But there's something in the title screen that tells me that this video is most likely uploaded for the enjoyment of the zoophile community. The name Zeta Mo Beta. Zeta, if you don't know, is the 6th letter of the Greek alphabet, and it's also a dog whistle that zoophiles use to identify each other. You might have seen that squiggly line around on Twitter. This is a relatively commonly known thing now, but in 2006, I think it's highly unlikely that someone would have known to make that reference if they were just memeing on it. So to me, it's extremely likely that that video originates from inside the community. On top of that, the video identifies the man as Mr. Hands, and this does appear to be the actual nickname he had used with his friends. So to me, the evidence points to the fact that this is in fact Mr. Hands in that infamous video, but it's an earlier video and not the one where he dies. But anyway, that's all for the Mr. Hands story. If you like this video, check out my video about dolphinsex.org. I'm out.
Okay, let's try again. Huh. What's the same? Oh my god. I see. That's an old news. No.
Common question that we get a lot, and I will give you the official answer first. So both Rotjaw and Thundershower will be staying around. They've had very positive reviews, very positive feedback. We really like how they've helped change up the hunt ecosystem. And yeah, so we will be keeping those there. So Thunder Shower will remain as a time of day, and it'll be in rotation even after the Battle Pass ends. So just like the other times of the day that are there. And then Rotjaw will also remain as a wild target, and she can show up when there is a single bounty target or boss target on the map with, you know, in the upper left. That indicates there is a possibility, but not a guarantee, there might also be a wild target, and currently Rotjaw is our only wild target. So there you have it. That is not tied to the Battle Pass or the event.
So Rotjaw and Thunder Shower are sticking around, just be in normal rotation.
Yeah, there won't even be a break. So it's not like wait for the next update or those things. It'll be because they aren't part of the event, really. Like a lot of times they just happen to release at the same time as an event, and an event is really, you know, a battle pass and a pact and a bunch of traits and some of those mechanics and ship alters that come and go.
Right.
But times of day are not events, and people have been mistaken about that. Eat it. And I mean, sorry, well fought, home.
Yeah, yeah.
And then yeah, so those things are times of days. You know, and wildcard is you know, we've called them wildcard map conditions, and then we have the wildcard contract, and that could be the subject of a whole nother video and a whole nother interview perhaps. But short version is those are experimental places. I got mission will end in 1 minute, so probably a good place to wrap up the interview as well.
We'll start playing you off.
And yeah, so that's what we do with the wildcard conditions. We first introduce them in a wildcard contract because they're experimental. We're not quite sure how all of it will work out. We want to see what the public thinks. We want to see what the data shows. And then things that prove good or fun or enhancing to the game, either through events or through wildcard contracts, will be migrated into just being normal features in the game in the standard contract rotations. So yeah, again, definitively saying that Thunder Shower and Rotjaw will become part of standard contracts, and they might also show up in wildcard contracts, but they will be part of the standard contract rotations even as soon as the event ends.
So in closing, these experiments, Rotjaw and Thunder Shower, went well, and we'll continue to see more experiments.
For sure, yeah, those and more of the hunt packs and hunter traits and all those pieces. That's the experimental pieces.
So I guess that's probably the best spot to end it.
Yeah, that worked out really well then.
Not ready. More fury.
Is Hunt Showdown about to pull a Marvel? Okay, you've probably seen the teaser already called Tidal Murmurs, giving us our first, well, tease of what's coming next for Hunt Showdown. Some people asked if I was going to cover that video when it dropped, and here we are a week later. In this video, we're going to talk about a few different topics, including the teaser trailer, but also Hunt's future cinematics. In truth, there isn't much revealed in the teaser, at least as far as content goes for the next Tide event, but we can gather some information from around the block that might offer a glimpse of Crytek's future plans. Be sure to subscribe for all that future Hunt info, but let's discuss. Let's start with some context. We'll come back to the teaser video in a second, but we know that Tide of Shadows was the first of a new trilogy similar to the Moon trilogy. Trader's Moon, Serpent Moon, Devil's Moon. Confirmed by this tweet from Hunt General Manager David Fifield back when Tide of Shadows kicked off. He said the Hunt Showdown Tide trilogy begins. And Tide of Shadows was cool. You were there, I was there, Rotjaw was there, we played in the rain, all of that was great. And although Tide of Shadows has finished, the trilogy wasn't over.
Still isn't over.
Okay, so back to the teaser then, and the one thing that should stick out to you is that you can't see the hunter's lips. Just kidding. I know animation is hard and expensive. But really, the thing that should stick out to you is that this is the first Hunt Showdown trailer where characters in it actually speak. We had the voiceover back in the Tide of Shadows trailer, but the voices in this one are actually dialogue. So what do they actually say then? Well, let's listen.
You hear that? Hear what? There.
So, not much, to be honest. But what's inside the box? If you listen to the chapters from the Tide of Shadows event like I didn't, yeah, this is awkward. For anyone else who didn't listen during the event, I'll link you to a really great video that will get you caught up, but the cargo ship contains a box that whispers and perhaps contains this weird bug relic that has a bunch of weird abilities, maybe why the hunters are developing these pact abilities. So that might be what's in the box, but the teaser is super short, and we don't really need to craft a game theory from 30 seconds of video. We'll know more soon enough. The more interesting aspect of this trailer though is that I think it signals Hunt's aspirations. We've seen plenty of visual storytelling in the trailers before for events and DLC hunters. In fact, everyone seemed to notice a shift when the Lonely Howl DLC dropped. Even then, I speculated we were on the road towards cinematic lore drops like Apex Legends, and at last, over a year later, we finally got some dialogue in a trailer. I mean, it's only a few words, but it's a start. But we also have more voice acting in the game too. We got Doug Cockle in the tutorial mission, we have these fully voiced lore chapters in the Tide of Shadows event, and now we have Hunter dialogue in a trailer. I think having more voices in the Bayou will make it feel more alive, but also will allow Crytek to tell new stories. In an interview I did last month, we found out that Binge had lost the rights to make a live-action web short, but we also learned Crytek is considering other options. Fifield said in that interview specifically, but we have the rights and are considering other video partners who might want to put out some kind of franchise extension talking about the Hunt universe. So I think we're heading in that direction, albeit taking baby steps. This is all speculation on my part, but it feels like we are getting closer to more fleshed out lore drops, maybe with cinematics and a story people actually want to hear. There's another 5 years of life planned out for Hunt Showdown, and that's going to require some expansion in new and interesting ways. We already mentioned the Apex Legends cinematics, but there's also things like the Arcane series on Netflix. Having a deep world is part of keeping players interested in the characters, and in my view, that hasn't really been there for Hunt Showdown. Not that every game needs it, but if you want it, you have to develop it. But I'm curious how you guys feel about it. Do you want to see a Hunt Showdown cinematic universe? Do you think we're about to get some story drops, or
what
is
did Margaret
this just
Thatcher
little
say?
voice act?
What did Margaret Thatcher say? Whatever happened to don't judge a book by its cover? This is why people are doing goon caves. For this reason. You gotta put a warning. You gotta put a warning where you're gonna put Mildred up on the screen, okay? Oh, I'm woke and I'm nice and I care about the LGBT and all of this stuff. But he is truly rotten to his core. Right, okay, so she released this video and it's called The Male Loneliness Epidemic, okay? Basically, I think it's linked to this kind of tweet. Every other month, people see something like this and panic. Where are the leftist Andrew Tates, right? I think I looked at this on the stream. Anyway, she tweeted this out. She's then released a video about the male loneliness epidemic. And obviously, everyone on Twitter has lost their mind about it. And rather than just watch the video and engage with what she says, which I'm about to do, instead, everyone is going on about how, oh, it's men's fault that men have got problems, to put it simply. I'm sure you've seen the discourse about it, right? Here we go, here's a couple of examples.
I'm out of fury. I'm not
Like,
ready yet.
okay, I spoke a bit about this earlier, okay? Why is it that people act so fucking retarded when it comes to this? Who is we? Society. What do you mean, who is we? When we say we, you know, have failed or not done a disservice to a broad social group, who do we normally mean? We mean everyone. We mean collectively as a society. Have we failed black people? Have we failed LGBT people? In those contexts, everyone will be on board. Oh, you must mean society. But now it's for men. It's, oh, no, nothing to do with me. Oh, no, not we, not me, I'm not involved. Literal fucking... What did Margaret Thatcher say? What did Margaret fucking Thatcher say? I've told you about woke Thatcherism before. I told you about this shit. I've told you it's called woke Thatcherism because that's exactly what fucking Margaret Thatcher said. Margaret Thatcher rejected the idea of society, right? And said, actually, there is no society. We're all individuals and families. That's it. There's no society, okay? That's exactly the mentality of Margaret Thatcher. And these people invoke this when the subject of fucking men's issues come up All of a sudden, there's no society, okay? We're all individuals of our own account, and men should fix their own problems and take responsibility for their own issues. Pull themselves up by their fucking bootstraps to sort these issues out. It's so frustrating to me. These people turn into the most fucking vicious, individualist, fucking conservative fucks you've ever seen when the fucking subject of men's issues come up. When it's women's issues or blacks issues or trans issues, we've got all the time in the world to talk about all the societal issues. And oh, isn't it a shame how black people, trans people, gay people, blah, 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 are put upon by society. And we've all got to collectively work together to figure it out. Which I agree with, by the way. I don't disagree with that sentiment at all. However, when it's men's issues, that suddenly disappears. And actually, men have got to fix their own fucking problems. It's insane to me. You don't understand the pleasure it gives me to see these men crying and depressed. Imagine losing in the world that is literally built for you. It's 2023, you stupid fucking bitch. Imagine saying this in 2023. Why is it that men are so responsible for the action? It feels like men are responsible for every single bad thing that a man has ever fucking done in their life. Not so for other social groups, is it? Not so for other social groups.
I need help.
Men, yes, you, men, you are responsible for everything. And you have failed in a world built for you. What a fucking subhuman piece of shit scumbag you are. So stupid, man. Men are subhuman and the loneliness can't be cured because they can't relate to actual human beings.
Life. Yes.
Okay, that's an interesting one. These men are 100% the most misogynistic demons on the planet and deserve every bit of loneliness they feel. I love the fact that even though I don't even know if that's what the point that Shu's video is making, which we're about to watch, okay? This mentality 100% fuel. They'll turn around and criticize people like Andrew Tate. You're fucking responsible. You're responsible for this. If this is your fucking attitude, okay, you're responsible for every single rape that Andrew Tate has fucking committed, okay? I'm saying it how it is now. I'm sick of this bullshit. Absolutely, you are fucking responsible. You have fueled this. You have led to this shit. This is your responsibility, okay? It's sickening to me how these freaks get away with this shit, because apparently it's woke to just shit on men, apparently. Try this with any other fucking social group and see what happens. But men, cleared for takeoff, apparently. Anyway, let's actually see what Shu had to say about this whole fucking situation, shall we?
I regret to inform you, the men are not okay. That's right, folks, the men are not okay. The men have no friends, no girlfriend, no college education, no money, are breaking their legs and inserting metal rods into their bones to be a few inches taller, and listening to AI Batman help them overcome their pornography addictions.
You deserve real love.
Turns out the society that was built by and allegedly for men has indeed let them down. Now you might be thinking, oh look, another boo-hoo poor men video by Shu on Head. Yes, and if you have a problem with that, tune into literally anything else.
That is so true though, right? Is people are like, oh my god, yeah, because fucking everything else is not sending that message, right? There's so many fucking people out there. Obviously the red pill, there's tons of that shit, okay? There's tons of that shit on the red pill. I'm at the point now, I'm not interested in these party fucking politics that people do. Oh, we need to have more people on the left that are amenable to men's issues, okay? It doesn't even need to be a fucking political thing. It doesn't need to be that someone on the left or the right needs to speak up for some of these issues. Anyone, regardless of your fucking politics, okay? You could be the most normie fucking centrist fuck going, okay? Just speak on this stuff a bit, and do you know what I mean? It doesn't need to be, oh, we've got to make space on the left for this. Anyone can fucking do this, regardless of what your political views are.
Men are in a crisis, and it seems nobody really cares. And the people who do care just seem like the people who want to sell them shit. Not me. I'm different. So before we get into this, Let's quickly get into today's sponsor. Today's sponsor is Holzkern. Holzkern is a young Austrian company that designs unique crafted watches and jewelry made from all natural materials. Their high-quality timepieces come in various designs for both men and women, making them the perfect gift for any occasion. They're a great blend of function and fashion, and overall I just think they look very classy, especially the men's watch collection. I was pretty impressed with the silver casing and blue marble dial of the Naturalist.
Yeah, I don't want to go against the sponsor, okay? By all means, go and have a look, okay? By all means, go and have a look if you want. I personally, if they've got watches with numbers on, I'm there, okay? Let's have some old school number, not this fucking Roman numeral shit, okay? Let's get some proper numbers on there and I'm with you.
Watch, which made for a great gift for my boyfriend. He especially loved the casual yet stylish appearance, making it an ideal choice to wear both at work and at home. I'm also really happy with the watch I picked out. It's made from black and white marble and features a nice black leather bracelet that just feels—
Wait, were they not Roman numerals? Oh, is it just this design with the times? Yeah, okay. You know what I mean, though, right? I mean, obviously, you know what I'm getting at. Numbers are better than fucking numerals or whatever this is.
So comfy. They also create elegantly crafted earrings, very unique handbags, sunglasses, and necklaces, like this rose marble elevation necklace. It makes a really memorable and unique gift for a loved one. All of their products have a 24-month warranty, and ordering online is super easy with free shipping to the US and most EU countries within 2 to 5 days. So if you want to get yourself a good quality watch and support the channel, I highly recommend checking out their store and clicking the link in the description below. Use my special code SHOE15 at checkout that will give you 15% off for all products store-wide. So go to the link down below and choose your own unique piece of nature. Thank you, Holzkern, for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, as always, for not skipping the ad.
Okay, why the fuck would I skip the ad? I've been quite critical of people doing that, okay? And I admit, I've done it sometimes when it's some shitter and it's whatever, right? But, like, look, I try not to do it because it is a shitty thing to do, okay? Especially when you fucking react to someone's video. So yeah, I'm not going to skip the ad. And in fact, if someone fucking says to skip the ad, I'm going to pause the ad and talk for 20 minutes next time, okay?
Men and boys struggling. And what should we do about it?
A few new studies have come out that have shown that young men are more lonely and single than ever before. But it's not just men. The women and children, too. It's predicted 45% of women will be single and childless by 2030. But according to the media, this is a good thing. The she-economy is booming.
Oh, no. Well, I mean, to be fair as well, like this video, she's clearly like, what people have done is some people have gone, oh my god, but it's everyone that's lonely, everyone. She addresses it in the fucking video. It's so clear that so many people haven't even watched Shu's video and are doing the classic, which is looking at the thumbnail going, what does we mean? And freaking out about that, rather than actually engaging with the, you know, the merit of what she's saying. In fact, there was someone that did this on Twitter. For some reason, their account got suspended. I don't know why. But basically, their original tweet was something along the lines of like, oh my god, look at this video about men. I can't believe they're saying this in a society that doesn't cater to women. It's men, men, men. And I was like, you know, these people can't fucking possibly contend with the idea that men have got issues without thinking of and bringing up women. And then the very next tweet was, well, I did not watch the video. I appreciate if it was like a fucking 4-hour massive piece, you might not necessarily want to engage with it. But this is a fucking 20-minute video. How the fuck are you not going to watch a 22-minute video and then have such strong opinions about it? Whatever happened to don't judge a book by its cover? What happened to don't judge a book by its cover? We need, like, don't judge a YouTube video about its thumbnail and title. Obviously, it's so stupid.
As they say. And meanwhile, men being single is treated like this.
New study explains why some single men are having a hard time finding a new partner.
some of the music that they listen to speaks very derogatory.
Right. Yeah, man, stop listening to that derogatory music. Then maybe you won't be single. I don't know, I think men and women being single and lonely kind of shows there might be something wrong with society. Perhaps we should address this, not just wave it off as empowering or pathetic. According to several different articles, I love how that's my source, I read about it on the internet, research shows that people from individualist countries show a greater sense of loneliness. This is linked to socioeconomic development, increased education, a shift towards white-collar jobs, and urbanization. Japan also has an issue with loneliness.
Yeah, I mean, when I used to work in an office, when I was single, when I worked in an office, you would go to the office for the day, you would do your day's work, you'd finish at 5, 6 o'clock, you'd come home. Normally, if you're single, you either live in one of those places where you share, but maybe you've got your own room and you don't spend much time with your housemates. Maybe you live alone. And you just jerk off. No, not jerk. You go, wait! Now, wait! This is why people are doing goon caves. This is why people are doing goon caves. For this reason. I thought that Goon Cave was like a lack of self-control, and yes, somewhat it is, sure, it's still fucking degenerate. Is men's loneliness leading to Goon Caves? Something to think about, okay? What is a Goon Cave?
I must wait.
Go to r/Goon Cave, be warned, it's very disgusting. Anyway, I'm sure you can relate to this, right? You've got an office job, right? Obviously, you go there and you speak to people, but that's work. Then you leave, you go home, and you fucking sit in your room for a couple of hours, playing video games, watch a movie, whatever. You go to sleep, you wake up, you go to work again, right?
This chick is built like the characters from Whoville from the Ring.
Thank you for the bits, Pans.
Loneliness. In fact, they have a whole movement of people they call the Hikikomori. Did I say that right? I don't care. Basically, postmodern hermits. Mostly young men who completely withdraw from society, secluding themselves in their rooms for months and years at a time. In 2010,
yes! This is where the Goon Cave started, with these Hikiguri people.
there was an estimated 700,000 hikikomori in Japan. And today, it's estimated to be about 1.55 million. And because of things like this, people aren't having babies, so Japan's population has been in a sharp decline since 2011. It's gotten so bad that Japan even produces videos of live-action women staring into the camera to help the hikikomori learn to cope with eye contact and
This can't be real, man. It can't be fucking real. There's no way! Everyone look. This is your state mandated female attention, learning how to look in someone's eyes without going insane. Okay, look. Everyone look now. Look into the eyes of the person. Do it.
reintegrate them back into society. So basically, if you want to know America's future, look no further than Japan. A lot of people, including myself, blame this partially on the rise of social media and technology. RIP to the king. Although technology makes things easier, it can also make us more atomized. Why go to the mall when I can just tap, 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 buy a new microphone, and have it shipped to me in a day? Why hang out with friends when I can get all my social interaction I need from Twitter and streamers? Why go on dates and bother meeting women when I—
Oh no. How many people in chat is this relevant to? Be honest. I must wait. No, there is definitely a problem, and you know, obviously, I don't know how to deal with it. I must wait. But you know, I obviously would say, once you've got your subscription sorted, obviously, do go outside. You know, don't. In fact, to be honest with you, I've had one instance where someone has been really weird. I've had a couple of instances, I guess, where someone has been, you know, been weird about it, you know? I think most people, like, might drop me a DM and I respond, we have a quick chat, and that's fine, you know, whatever, that's just kind of a normal thing. But you get some people that, like, do think that you're their friend or something. And there was one guy, and he spent, like, a ridiculous amount of money in a very short space of time. And then he was messaging me, trying to get me to download some video game. I'm not ready yet. To play with him. I was like, no, I'm not already into that. And then something happened in my Discord, some disagreement about some sort of like...
I'm not ready yet.
Like piracy thing? Some sort of piracy. He took issue that someone in my server had like this system set up where they were watching movies that they downloaded or something. And they messaged me about it and were like... Oh, it's like Rust, but the Viking version of Rust. Valheim. It was Valheim. Okay.
I need more time.
And the thing is, as well about it, is like, I'm laughing about it. I feel bad because the whole point of this video is like lonely guys and stuff. You know, I don't know what this person's deal was. But they were like, "Oh, you've really got to download Valheim." And I tried to be polite, and I was like, "Nah, not really my cup of tea." And he was like, "No, you don't understand. This is gonna be the next big game. You should play it on stream. There's gonna be massive fucking updates and stuff like that." And I was like, oh, "Okay, maybe I will." And he follows up with me, and I'm like, "Say, you know." And then eventually I'm like, "Nah, I don't think I'm gonna do it. Thanks for the offer." Just to confirm, you're definitely not gonna do it though. Definitely not, because I'll pay for it and everything. I was like, "Fucking hell, he's then on a bit thick, you know." And then when he had this issue in my Discord, he took like great personal offense at the fact that I didn't really care about the fact he does some disagreement. He sent me these long fucking screenshots of him talking about pirate fucking movies, and it was just like, okay, I don't think anything's happened that's broken the rules.
I'm not ready yet.
And that was basically it. But clearly, this person was trying to form some sort of connection with me, you know, beyond streamer viewer or something like that, you know. I'm gonna be on YouTube soon. 30 minutes. I'll be leaving to go onto YouTube. I'm not naming the person, okay? I obviously feel a bit awkward about it now. Because I don't mind people want to, you know, message me about a topic or something and have a brief chat, but you know, I think that some people want to really forge a connection with the streamer, and I just think that most people, that's not going to happen, is it? You know. I had the inverse happen once. A streamer invited me to the personal friend group Discord. Things were kind of awkward after that because I wasn't super hanging out in Discord.
I could just tap, Google big boob and get 2 million results. Or see my high school crush's holes on OnlyFans for only $5. Instant dopamine, instant satisfaction.
Yes,
and hey,
Anna.
who even needs a real woman when you could just have an AI girlfriend?
Norwegian girl.
We're so
Welcome to my channel.
Dating apps really are the great Satan, and I'm convinced they've completely broken men's brains. Women on dating apps are picky.
Oh my
Women in
God,
general are
true.
picky, and I mean, naturally we are pickier. You know, we're the ones who carry the babies, at least for now. But on dating apps, you have to admit, it's a little insane. It's
Okay,
safe to
what's this?
skinnies, at least for now. But on dating apps, you have to admit, it's a little
How men rate women. Jeez, look at that curve. And I think this kind of trend is across the board for dating apps, where women have got a lot more selection and choice, so they'll be a lot more picky. Men are less picky, but it means that... And also, I think there's often more men on dating apps too, so it's basically a sausage fest, right? So it means that the cream of the crop, and that could be looks, that could be like presentation, it could be the way you've worded your fucking bio, there's lots of different factors that go into it. So when you look at stuff like this, you can understand why people just give it all up, really, you know? I've had both good and bad experiences on dating apps. And when it's good, okay, it's great. You're having a great time, you're talking to people, stuff like that. When it's bad, and there's not many people biting, it fucking sucks, you know? And now, I remember Tinder used to be really generous with what it gave you. It gave you, like, loads of swipes and stuff like that. And then... as it became more money hungry, the experience got worse, and it puts you into a position where you feel like you've got to spend money to get something out of it. Because they started to, like, you know, they started to, like, restrict the amount of swipes and things like that. So it would get to a point where you're like, okay, well, I've run out of swipes now. What am I going to do now? And it just puts all this pressure on you to want to buy the fucking product, you know? Tinder went from being like a good, useful app, social media kind of app, to being just basically a money funnel. It fucking sucks now. Yeah, exactly. I haven't used it for ages, but the last time I did, I was like, this is fucking garbage, you know? But yeah, I think that dating apps are kind of a well discussed. And do you know what's really annoying about the dating apps conversation too? Is women will be like this. They'll go, well, when we go on dates, we might get raped. What's your problem? And I think if that's your concern, it's fine to be concerned about that. But it's much rarer. It's obviously more severe, but much rarer that you're going to get raped versus what is just the reality of the day-to-day experience for a lot of men on dating apps. It's not as bad as being raped, obviously, but it's a lot more common. It's a lot more common that you have these shitty experiences as men on dating apps, right? Women have got problems on dating apps, and if you look at the way that women interact with it, you'll see what it's like from their side. They basically have a problem of the opposite, where it's excessive messages from people that are just sending nothing. So there's not really anything to discuss or grab onto. So they're kind of wading through a sea of people, desperately trying to find someone to talk to that they're interested in, right? So they've kind of got the opposite problem. But it's like, yeah. But that's kind of like, in some ways, a problem some men would want is way too many options. So yeah, I feel like there's a real sort of difference in the experiences where women are using dating apps, men using dating apps. Some of their concerns are extreme but rarer. Men's concerns are more common, not as bad, but it's more common, so it sucks. Do you see what I mean? So yeah, I feel like the dating app conversation is really cancerous when it comes to like trying to express the experiences of men, you know?
I must wait.
It's the difference between someone having infinite shitty food versus someone starving. Yeah, it's like having, you know, endless undercooked meals that aren't dangerous, but just a bit not pleasurable to eat. Yeah, something like that.
Insane. It's safe to say that the commodification of love and the window shopping of dating apps probably has to do a lot with the rise of lonely single men. Men are not just lonely when it comes to dating, they're lonely when it comes to friendship too. According to Vox...
the other problem with dating apps too is dating has become such a throwaway dynamic now, okay?
I'm not ready yet.
Dating is such a throwaway dynamic that you'll have this thing where it's like people will like go on a date, right? And then they're on fucking Tinder, like, later. Yes, I've been guilty of this myself, certainly, okay? Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I'm innocent in all of this. But it definitely promotes, the gamification of it definitely promotes this mentality where, you know, you want to keep using it, you want to keep going, you want to find out if there's someone better out there, you know? So if you've got a guy that maybe isn't getting many hits on a dating app, they manage to get someone, go on a date with them, they have a good time, etc. You know that fucking woman's probably straight on Tinder right after the date, you know?
Americans are currently in a friendship recession, and men are being hit the hardest. The percentage of men who reported having at least 6 close friendships fell in half since the 90s. 1 in 5 men say they have no close friendships. Looking at all these statistics, the explosion of figures like Andrew Tate is not surprising at all.
I believe being a man is a blessing because it starts so difficult. I believe that every man is born without any value at all. I think that the world's never going to think you're important unless you make yourself important.
And recently,
so this stuff here is like super aspirational. Like obviously you've got like the Jets and stuff.
I think that the world's never going to think you're important.
So obviously some people look at that and focus on the jets and the cars and stuff like that. Some people just want this. Some people genuinely just want some lads to hang out with and have a bit of banter and a laugh with. Do you know what I mean? It's like this is what they crave. People think it's always the cars, the money, the girls, etc. Some people just want this. I just want to play with the bar. Some people just want to hang out with the lads. That's it. And Andrew Tate, you know, has that element, right? So some people look at it and it's like, oh, you like the fact he's a misogynist, you like the fact... I'm sure some people like the misogyny, okay? I'm sure some people like the fucking whatever. I'm sure some people like the rapes, for example. There's some people out there that are just lonely guys. All they want is a bit of fucking, you know, brotherly love, so to speak, okay?
Important unless you make yourself important.
And recently, a new study came out about how young men are moving towards the right. And every other month, we, the liberal, sockdom, leftist whatever you want to call this space online, performs the same song and dance.
Yes.
What's wrong with men? Why is this happening? Why don't we have a leftist Andrew Tate? We need to push men to the left. Andrew Tate rarely, if ever, talks about politics.
Yes.
Andrew Tate
Oh my god, I said this the other day. Everyone views him as this right-wing guy, and you know, I get that. I appreciate that. But he himself never is like, I'm a right-winger. Come over to the right. The right-winger's got all the right answers for you, you know?
I'm not ready yet.
So it comes across when you come up as a lefty and you're like, we've got to bring people to the left. It comes across as very cynical because it's like Andrew Tate is, you know, doing this without mentioning the politics shit, right? He's not even talking about the politics of the right wing or the left wing. Some of his takes naturally kind of skew more to the right. And some cases, you know, quite far to the right. He's the knock about Tommy Robinson, for example. Anyway, the point is, he doesn't make it about right wing, left wing, okay? He just makes it about men. His politics is men, okay? And then people act surprised when men are fucking drawn to him, you know? God, it's so annoying. It's so fucking annoying how people... So, if you want to do this, you cannot do it in this kind of cynical way of, oh, we've got to bring people to the left. Like I said earlier, just talk about fucking shit that men are going to find amenable and they'll be drawn to you regardless of this narrative. We've got to bring people over from the other side, you know?
Talks about men, and the left only talks about men when they talk about Andrew Tate. A few months ago, during one of the monthly song and dances, some progressive people I follow made the mistake of addressing men's issues, and the even bigger mistake of pointing their finger at their own spaces.
Oh, I know this guy, Sid. The reason young men flock to alt-MRI movements is because the left gives brain-dead advice to young men. We need to be more compassionate to them for our own sake.
We're not doing enough to address said men's issues.
Recently, there were some statistics by healthcare company Cigna indicating that men are the loneliest generation. And addressing it doesn't mean that you turn your back on issues pertaining to women, but it does mean that we should be focused on what it is in society that is leading to this epidemic, what the left can do to offer solutions, and how we can basically fight back against the more nefarious figures who have filled the void that, you know, men are struggling with, people like Jordan Peterson and what have you. Now, recently, Vosh, who's a popular streamer, had tweeted this thread that I think is really, really important to address. He writes, I cannot stress enough how important it is to understand that 12-year-old white boys on Twitch are not being pulled into fascism because of some Machiavellian desire to preserve and expand their privileges. It's because the right talks to them and the left doesn't.
The responses to these tweets and this content were very normal, level-headed, and respectful. Me when I lie. LMAO, cry about it. Boo f***ing who? Oh no, poor widow men having problems. Boo f***ing who? Grow the f*** up then. Have men considered—
People like this would cry fucking bloody murder if you even joked about not being concerned about women's issues. They would fucking cry bloody, they'd be spitting feathers about it, right? It's so unbelievable to me, the shamelessness of these kinds of people, you know, where if you in any way joke or mock about their struggle, oh, yeah, fucking, you know, hell to pay, you've done something terrible. But when men go, hey, we got some fucking problems we want to sort out, all of a sudden, it's boo fucking who.
Problems. Boo f***ing who? Grow the f*** up then. Have men considered being smarter? I'm enjoying all these sad little moids and their sad little tweets about their sad, pathetic lives. Sounds like a personal problem. Is the lack of compassion for men in the room with us right now?
Wait. What are you complaining about, Chad? It's the ultimate Giga Chad. But it's not, is it? It's fucking safe edginess. You know, having a go at certain social groups is fucking verboten amongst the left, okay? You cannot have a go at certain social groups. So the ones you can have a go at, you really have a fucking go at them, okay? You really have a fucking go at them. Straight, white, male, okay? Straight, white, male. Those are the three groups it's acceptable amongst the left to have a go at, okay? Maybe Asians. Maybe Asians, but we're pushing it, okay? Maybe Asians, but we're pushing it. Straight white men, you're good to go. Any combination of those, you're good to go, okay? Look at how white gets used as a precursor to make it okay to have a go at minorities it normally isn't. right? Trans people, oh no, stop. Oh, sorry, I meant white trans person. Oh, sorry, I didn't realise. You're fine. Gays, oh, no, homophobic. Sorry, I meant white gays. It's fucking obvious. It's so obvious to anyone that's paying attention to this shit, you know?
I must wait.
But yeah. Honestly, it's pointless trying to convince these freaks. There's nothing you can do to convince them. There's only one solution. There's only one solution left.
Right now. Maybe men are just not good people then. I'm so fucking tired of people trying to make male loneliness a huge societal problem. Yeah, no, their fifis are not my responsibility, and I shouldn't have to be punished because they can't get their shit together as human beings. Grow the f up.
Apply this logic to any other fucking social group. Okay? Look what happens, man. It's fucking it's unreal. And the thing is yeah, I just don't accept, oh yeah, it's Giga, yeah, they Giga Chad until you start talking about, you don't give a fuck about rape. And then what happens? They lose their fucking mind, don't they? You know? It's bullshit. Fake Giga Chad, safe, edgy bullshit.
Up. Why are we trying to win?
And also, they mean it as well. They mean it. They're not fucking around. They're not joking. They mean it. They're serious about it.
These entitled little predators over. The left isn't for them. That's why they go right in the first place. We're all lonely and alienated.
The problem is when people talk about feminism, they say it will help men, but it eludes them that helping men would also help women.
It's young men going to the
Yeah, that's the biggest thing of all. It's like, they just go, oh, feminism helps men. How does it help men? Well, you see, we get rid of the patriarchy, and that's good. It's so stupid. I fucking hate that. Why does it have to be? And also, just optically, that's insane as well. Optically, that's fucking insane too, you know? Why not just say, okay, we don't necessarily need to create, like the men's rights movement stuff has been a bit cringe. I agree with that. Like some of the stuff they've done is a bit cringe, but there's some fair points. We don't need to go down that route with it. We don't need to say, oh, we need a fucking men's rights advocacy or something like that, right? We see people not open to discussing some of these issues without freaking the fuck out and acting like we've been fucking raped because men are going, oh, actually, we've got a couple of problems we want to talk about and look at in the social space, you know?
Right in droves. The problem isn't our messaging, it's them. It's literally not our problem. Men flock to Andrew Tate not because they're lonely.
Wait, did you see that as well?
Them. It's literally.
We don't need to appeal to incels.
I must wait.
First of all, the idea that men talking about this at incels is ludicrous. And secondly, why not? Why would you not want to appeal to incels? Again, it's just fucking woke Thatcherist bullshit where people act like incels are not products of their environment like fucking anyone else is, you know? Absolutely, you should be considering how you might want to, you know, if you genuinely think they're in some sort of harmful, toxic ideology, why would you not want to sort of help them? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Not our problem. Men flock to Andrew Tate not because they're lonely, but because they're bigots. Hope this helps. Nah, it's just misogynists being louder than before and not getting laid. LOL. Cry harder, Lou.
Oh my god, who is this? Obviously, she was censored it, but I'm sensing a lot of soy emanating from this particular profile picture.
Losers. 90% of all homicides recorded worldwide were committed by male perpetrators.
Let's run that back, okay? Let's calculate these figures again, but instead of basing it on gender, perhaps we can base it on some other. Wait, but obviously that is, you know, lefties will recognize now finally the statistic thing and how it's product of environment, etc., etc. But the idea that men commit all these homicides, no,
there's that.
It's some fundamental aspect to men. Also, this person is probably a bit they've got some other takes as well that aren't particularly favourable to me.
We should just get rid of all males, to be honest. This includes trans women, as they still retain male violence. By the way, you know the Tumblr feminists who were like, all men are sexist and rapists, male tears, penises are evil, blah 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 back in the day? Well, this is them now. Should've just let me cook back then. Listen up, chuckle. I'm white, socially awkward, autistic, in my 40s, ugly, overweight, crippled, got a weird balding pattern, and have bad skin. You know what I didn't do? Choose to become a fascist, because I recognize most of the sort that look like me are the problem.
You do not choose. You do not choose to become a fascist. That's not how it fucking works. What do people think? They wake up one day and go, I've had enough of these fucking blacks and Jews. I'm going to become a fascist. Again. People become who they are through complicated influence of different social factors and stuff like that, okay? People can make bad choices in life that leads down certain pathways and stuff like that. But the idea that you just choose to become a fascist, that's a moral failing, is crazy, you know? Does someone who grows up in a household of fascists that ends up being a fascist at 18, are they morally culpable for that happening? Like, to me, no. Like, that's obviously an insane circumstance to be born in. Anyway, also, here's the other problem with that too. What's so wrong with being a fascist?
I may be hideously ugly and pathetic, but at least I'm not a fascist. Thank you for your input, buddy. You're, really helping the situation. The reason young men flock to alt-right MRA movements is because the left gives brain-dead advice to young men. We need to be more compassionate to them, for our own sake. I'm sorry, but how is respect women brain-dead?
He's sucking. Literal soy nod shit, man. Fuck me.
Advice. What advice? Don't rape?
Yes, there's one of my favorites. Yes, that is the you know, the totality of the less advice is respect women and don't rape. That's bang on the money. The conception that these people have of what the left says is so far from reality. It's fucking laughable.
Don't be a rapist is bad advice? Help, I have no friends or community. I feel suicidal. Have you considered not raping? Act like a decent fucking human being. It's not hard. Is brain dead advice? Brain dead advice like get consent and don't be a Nazi and women are people. Walking up to men struggling with loneliness and depression like
Kids, don't be racist.
Incredible. Here's my actual advice I would give to my teen boys as a leftist. 1. Always get enthusiastic consent. 2. Save the planet. 3. Don't say that. It's actually kind of racist.
I tell you what, right?
Zeke, welcome to my channel.
I'm glad that the left doesn't have kids, either because they're fucking bed blobs, you know, that never go outside and never fucking... they never leave the house, they're never going to fucking meet anyone to have a kid in the first place. That's point 1, okay? Point 2 is they're fucking, you know, sterile. A lot of them are sterile. A lot of them are sterile. Okay, no, wait, stop. Okay. The point I'm trying to make, in all seriousness, I'm fucking around, obviously. The point I'm trying to make is this kind of mentality is so far removed from what it's like to be a parent and what you're concerned about, right? Because the thing is, yeah, obviously, it's great to get enthusiastic consent from people, okay? However, and you want to try and eliminate as much as you can the chances that there's going to be even like awkward sexual interactions. But I'm not saying that you could rape. I'm not saying you could sexually assault. Part of growing up is understanding and getting to learn these social dynamics. And part of that is making mistakes, right? Making mistakes is an important part of learning, right? Now, obviously, I'm not saying go to someone that's asleep, drunk, and fuck them. I'm not saying fucking rape this person, rape that person, rape that person. All I'm saying is all very well thinking you're going to be able to put across certain sentiments, and you will. But this doesn't actually stop the issue from happening, does it? Like just saying, oh, you should get enthusiastic consent. How does that actually help the issue? You know, there's much more fundamental issues baked into that whole concept that go beyond just telling someone to do something.
Like, what the f is this? How does this address men and their issues? It doesn't. Why does their advice always seem to be, become a liberal? Hey men, here's how to fix all your problems. Agree with me politically. Men flock to the MRA movement because they're the largest beneficiaries of MRA shit. Imagine saying women flock to women's rights activism because they're the biggest beneficiaries of women's rights. Like, no f***ing shit. Let's be honest. Aside from procreation purposes, men have become obsolete.
There's no way, man. There's no way. There's no way. Look. That's unbelievable. That is unbelievable. God, self-hating men are some of the most disgusting people I've fucking can think of, honestly.
Most women can find other methods of achieving orgasm without a man there. And speaking as a man, most of us are horrid to be around, and I don't blame any woman for just saying, no thanks. Oh my god, dude, this is what every Just Pearly Things tweet looks like to me. Just with the genders swapped. This is pathetic. You know what fixes male loneliness? Jerking off. As a man, I'll say this.
Oh, we got a Goon K. We got a Goon.
Pathetic. You know what fixes...
We've got a Goon K fan. With the realization that slapping human flesh together isn't worth it, it brings disease and unwanted pregnancy. Also, attaching yourself to a mother of your child for the rest of your life. Get a hobby. This guy's gonna be in a Goon. This guy is gonna fucking. Who's seen the movie The Lawnmower Man? Who here has seen this? A bit of a fucking niche reference, okay? There's a movie called The Lawnmower Man. It's based on a Stephen King short story. It was so far removed from the short story they changed it, right? But at the end, there's this fucking disabled fella, and he's got gigabrain because of these injections he's been getting, okay? And he gets, like, sucked into a computer. That's the basic end of it. He gets sucked into a computer, okay? That's what's going to happen to this guy. He's going to be gooning so much, he's going to get sucked into his pornography, okay? And he's just going to be in the fucking multiverse, constantly being stimulated by endless pornography forever, infinitely. That's what's going to happen to this guy.
This male loneliness? Jerking off. As a man, I'll say this. Sit down, shut up, and beat one out. You'll feel better. I promise. Yeah, guys, just beat one out. Just off. Just watch porn. That man will be very disappointed in all of you. It's so funny how men feel entitled to a girlfriend. No, you sexist freak. When one side is like, wanting a girlfriend is sexist entitlement, and the other side is like, here's how to get a girlfriend. I don't know, bro. What happened to males just kicking the bucket?
What the fuck? Kill yourself! No! What the fuck?
Now they just come on here and try to make their loneliness and misery into some social justice issue. Oh, trust me. Men are still kicking the bucket. And when they're not giving mind-blowing advice like just to be a liberal, they're outright dismissing men's issues completely.
Just die!
It's not our job to educate them, since men take steps to fix it. We have other things to care about. Men can figure out their own problems that they created. Again, it's not women's jobs to change how men are socialized. It's a man issue, and y'all need to address that amongst yourselves. Men created their own problems. Men can solve their own problems. The left is busy. Why does the well-being of other people concern me? Leftist, by the way. It's all systemic issues and societal factors and blah 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 until it's a man, and then suddenly it's pull yourselves up by your bootstraps. This problem is just a consequence of the patriarchy. Now take a wild guess about which gender created the patriarchy. Solve your own problems and leave women alone. These people rightly mock the bootstraps rhetoric until the subject is a man, and then it's bootstraps all the way down. They would never talk about any other group this way. It's wild. And it's kind of like both sides are telling men...
To neko s ulice. Alo, gospodine, ako je tu Boris Gardinovački, recite mu da mi je žao za sve što sam mu rekao, a nisam stigao da mu se izvinim. Sačekajte, dođe policija, ček da obrnem. Reci mi, jel se trudiš da nabaviš loše mikrofon ili jednostavno je previše skupo da imaš kvalitetan mikrofon svuda u stanu? Pa dobro, nego Vladu sam, na primjer, dobro čuo pre jedno mesec, dva. I onda je počelo da mi ide na kurac, pa pokušavam da mu objasnim da ili da uključi noise suppression ili da pomeri malo dalje mikrofon od miša, jer svako malo čujem. Čuješ ovo? To ti je kliktanje miša. Što ja i Vlada imamo epizode kad smo recimo u Discordu, recimo on nešto radi, ja nešto radim i niko ne priča. I onda samo čuješ kao da ti neko zabada iglu u mozak, razumiješ? Samo čuješ kako kliče miša. I onda mi išao na kurac i onda sam ga sa 70% smanjio na 15%. Sad ga čujem samo kad apsolutno ništa ne radi i kad se fokusira njegov glas. Malo mi je krivo, ali već sam rekao da me to nervira i moram se da preduzmem korek. Nije namerno. Ne mrzim čovjeka, jednostavno me nervira. Rekao sam mu za Miša koga se on ponosi što ga je rasturio i sastavio. Definitivno ima bučne te prekidače. Yes.
Kako me sad čuješ?
Pa, pristojno. Ne dira ništa.
Ovo je sad druga kamera.
O, brate. Upravo to sam rekao.
I drugi mikrofon.
Da. O tome pričam sve vreme. Pa, drugačije. Ne dira ništa.
To me mrzi kad ne igra ništa, mrzi me drži slušalice na ušima, ne razumeš.
Pa i ne treba ti slušalice, nabaviš kao Vlada onaj, a ne znam da li ga imaš, onaj Blue Yeti, kako se zove, onaj kaster mikrofon. Onda čuješ kad mu uđe u kućani, kad mu uđe u sobu i kad priči s njim.
A to nije podišen kako treba, Blue Yeti je profesionalni mikrofon, jer moj prevodio sam ništa radio i početlicu. Samo to koristim, nisam se radio.
Mislim, čujem ja njegov glas dobro, ali čujem i više nego što mi treba, znaš, i onda ga smanjim do tačke da se više ne čuje.
Kad se dobro podesi, ništa se strani se ne čuje.
Kad se dobro podesi pozicija također u prostoriji mikrofona.
A i to, ali kažem, imaš dodatno podešavanje, imaš softverski, imaš fizički, na jednu samu.
Not ready yet. Tu ne bi trebalo da bude nikakvih smetnji buka. Ali, vlada se I must wait.
i kaže, ja slušam muziku. I jebem u se zostašak nešto na kanalu.
I need time to do that.
Moment samo. Da ti pošaljem nešto da viš. Evo ga.
Veal Mercy. Welcome to my channel.
I must wait. I must wait. I must wait. I must wait. I must wait.
The USB device is not recognized.
People of Kyrgyzstan,
The device.
faithful children of Akarats, for too long.
Memory?
Our walls are breached!
We will not survive. We'll sacrifice ourselves before our home.
I'm not ready yet. It's over.
A usled čega je krenuo da umije?
I'm not ready yet.
Imaš li ideju neku? Čujem ti, Lio.
U vezi čega? Da li čuješ? Ništa ja nisam pričao. Ako si pričao...
I USB-a naprijed na pučištu. Jedan od ta 4 mi što god zabodem u njega prijavljuje USB device.
I'm not ready yet.
Možda je defektan port.
Radio spreda.
Pa, radio. Radio. Radio je radio.
Izgleda iz Zooma.
To ti tako ide. Radio.
E sad, da li je slot na kućištu umro ili je slot na ploči umro?
Slot umro. Pa možda probaš na... Jesi testirao sve portove na matičnoj ploči, oni nazad? Ako svi portovi na matičnoj ploči rade, onda je matična ploča u redu. Mislim, ne trebam ti ja to da ti kažem.
Ovo je jedan od ona 4 napred na kućištu, znaš?
Ne znam, ona kao od skaljenog stakla, od čega su već.
Ma da, mi ti imaš redu što zabadaš na ploču one konektore, kablove da budu povezani.
Pa imam i ja to. I?
A da, ali tu ide 2 i 2, znači ja samo jedan mi ne radi.
I'm not ready yet.
Možda je uključeno u opcijama, imaš ono da staviš kao suspend power ili kako se već zove, ono da ti štedi električnu energiju, da isključuje Windows samo portove. Ako ti nije stavljen na maksimum performance, nego ti USB setting stoji na power saving USB, onda dešava se da isključi random nekad USB port radi štednje električne, radi, ne znam, da bi dao ploči maksimum performance.
Trebalo bi 2 da ne rade, onda pošto to ide u paru na ploču.
E pa, ne znam, to je samo bio predlog, to mi pada na pamet ako nije fizički kvar. Kao što rekao, to može se isključi u power opcijama za Windows. To također je onaj cooling policy da ti procesor ide od 10 do 100% u zavisnosti od opterećenja, možda staviš da ide od 90 do 100% ili od 100 do 100%, da nema minimuma.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait.
Da ti čupa na tlači konektore, tako se.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Zeke. Welcome to my channel.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait. I'm not ready yet. I must wait. I'm not ready yet.
The Queen. Welcome to my channel.
Like a tower.
I'm not ready yet.
Your promises then left unsaid.
I must wait. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Blacks. Mention the blacks. Mention the blacks.
Pull themselves up by their bootstraps, but one is like, I'll show you how, and the other is like, fuck off. And when they're not telling men to straight up fuck off, they're giving the 200.
As long as the criminal hasn't raped or committed sexual assault, okay, because that is obviously, you know, something where they'll also just say look, kill them, okay, generally speaking. As long as there's not a rape or a sexual assault involved, someone could be the most hardened fucking criminal, right? The most hardened criminal causing misery upon a city by endlessly robbing different people, okay? And lefties will find every fucking excuse under the sun to do this explanation of how it's socioeconomic issues and blah, 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 which, by the way, I do agree with, okay? But they'll come up with all these reasons as to why we should in no way personally denounce this person and should be more sympathetic towards them. Literal fucking hardened criminals committing fucking crime, okay? We will find every excuse under the sun to be sympathetic to them. But a man with man's issues that is just there lonely and fucked, oh, no. All of a sudden, no, that goes out the window, okay? Yeah, you know what I said about that guy that robbed fucking 50 grannies? Yeah, forget all of that. None of that applies. Fix your own fucking problems and pull yourselves up by your bootstraps.
IQ answer that nobody has ever heard before. Just show your emotions, bro. And I'm not dismissing this problem, okay? I've made videos talking about this. Oh, you're crying at your grandfather's funeral? Okay, faggot. And studies have shown that men are scared to be vulnerable, even around the homies. And can you blame them when the media says stupid like this? Fellas, is it woke to open up to your fellow men and discuss history? Men are socialized to believe strength, dominance, and stoicism are behaviors of a real man. Is it any surprise that men are lonely and have less friends nowadays? You have to be vulnerable to make friends. Don't tell me there aren't systemic problems affecting men. Now, while a lot of this may be true, men have been socialized this way for centuries, and this is all relative.
Trying to avoid referencing recent drama. I'm not gonna do it. Isn't that? You could do that if you want, chat, but I'm trying to take this seriously.
A new phenomenon. Toxic masculinity has existed forever. If anything, there's less toxic masculinity nowadays. The cultural embrace of like gender nonconformity, femboys, Harry Styles in a dress, Barbie movie, blah 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 blah. My point is, toxic masculinity did not just appear in the mid-2010s. But social media did, and the internet did, and the rise of dating apps did, and the housing crisis, and living in a country where the wealth inequality is worse than it was during the Gilded Age. That all happened recently. Oh my god, the privileged life these poor little boys must have, that their biggest problem is being lonely, i.e. so insufferable that nobody wants to sleep with them. So much more pressing than the poor distribution of wealth causing people to suffer food and housing insecurity. Boo-hoo, you're lonely and have no friends and are suicidal, wah. Because feeling alienated under capitalism apparently isn't a thing. People are working harder and longer while wages have been stagnant, men have been dropping out of college like flies, and what does that get you? Poor men. Which, since women are doing amazing in college now, and many are now out-earning men, this most of the time leads to single men, which then leads to lonely men, which leads to depressed men, which leads to the high suicide rate. In my opinion, leftism at a policy level does a great job addressing the shitty material conditions that in part lead to the problems that men are facing, but then absolutely drops the ball when it comes.
Stop, you're gonna listen, don't shoot, stop, you're gonna upset the libs. Come on. You're gonna upset the libs. Calm down, okay? The libs are already started
to everything and anything related to men's cultural issues. Many such cases. And why would a struggling man even want to move left when the left appears actively hostile to them?
The question of whether or not.
Oh! Not ready. You gotta put a warning. You gotta put a warning where you're gonna put Mildred up on the screen, okay? You gotta put a fucking jump scare, what a content warning. Come on now. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? It's like one of those things where it's a normal video. It's the fucking thing jumps at you. Anyway. Wait. Didn't we cover this video once? Isn't there?
The hashtag online left does enough to appeal to hashtag men has become the question du jour. And like, men have most of the money, authority, and do most of the murdering and assaulting.
The average young man in America isn't Jeff Bezos. Also, why did this motherfucker just FBI crime statistics at me? Men do the most murder. Okay?
They like having all of the stuff they don't deserve. They like that. They want it to stay that way because it suits them. Because of the stuff, telling people they're special.
I'm telling you, right? I'm telling you, a lonely guy, right? Just sat there minding his own business, right? He feels sad, he feels lonely, bit upset with life, doesn't know what's going on. Comes across this fucking Mildred's Thoughts Line video, right? They would watch it and instantaneously go outside and commit numerous rapes just off the back of watching this video, okay? I'm telling you. I'm telling you, that's what would happen. They would just feel their situation is so hopeless that they've got no choice but to commit. No. I didn't know which way I was going to take that one. I went down that route. But no, in all seriousness. This is just so toxic and fucking, you know, towards any... Like, imagine if you were a dude watching this as a bit sort of non-politically affiliated or something like that. You're a bit confused, a bit lonely, whatever. This is going to completely fucking turn you off, isn't it? Do you know? Men are also more likely to be murdered. Like it is saying women are more likely than men to lie to the police about rape. Yeah, that's true, isn't it? More men are murder victims, right? Anyway, Thought Slime has got this really kind of, despicable. Not only has he got this kind of despicable appearance, okay, which is off-putting in and of itself. He also has got a very kind of acerbic, horrible person. Like, he's a very rotten person at his core. And he dresses it up as this kind of like, oh, I'm woke and I'm nice and I care about the LGBTs and all of this stuff. But he is truly fucking rotten to his core with the way that he engages and talks about things, you know?
And deserve all the nice shit that they have. That's going to be an easier sell 10 times out of 10 than, like, saying, hey, maybe you should have less stuff and other people should have more.
Leftism is when you don't have a lot of stuff. We're gonna take your stuff. You sound like a 65-year-old Fox News boomer's idea of what the left is. Are you a CIA agent? The right is saying to men, you will own a house. You will have beautiful children with your loving wife. You will have privacy. You will have free speech. You will own things, and you will be happy. And the left is like...
They like having all of the stuff they don't deserve.
But don't get me wrong, Republicans will not do shit. The Republican Party will not do shit. The establishment in general will not do shit.
All these retards on the online left need to live for a month in Pakistan or something to get a clue about life and what matters.
To help any of this. But the right is, at least rhetorically, offering men something other than nothing or the eternal HR department. Every time this Discord comes up, there's people like, we need a leftist Andrew Tate. We need masculine role models on the left. But the fact is, it's hard for progressives to organically appeal to men, because a large part of progressivism is oppressive hierarchies, and men are oppressors. Making progressivism look appealing to young men is an uphill battle from the start. And although it's funny to laugh at insane people on Twitter, as always, there have been a lot of left-wing content creators talking about men's issues.
The other problem as well is, like, there's this concept, so you get some, like, male influencer types, and they're not even like Andrew Tate. Obviously, there's a very contentious conversation there about Andrew Tate, and I get that he's a very contentious figure. But put him to one side for a second. There are some people that do talk explicitly only about men's issues, and they focus on that self-betterment and stuff like that, and they get called like right-wing. Like there's articles that have been written about like this idea that like talking about the idea of working out is some sort of right-wing aspect. I don't want to, that's not quite right, but there's definitely this kind of mentality that self-improvement is some sort of right-wing thing, which I just think is really stupid. I hate the way it's been politicized so much that a dude can't just come out and be like, oh hey, here's some issues facing men, here's some ideas that I've got about how to solve it, without it becoming this political football where it's like, oh well, he's a right-winger, he's on the right, we need something like that on the left. Where there's plenty of people out there who probably aren't that concerned with the party politics, right and left shit. They just want to talk about something they feel is relevant to them, but they immediately get placed in the right-wing camp. It just seems so stupid.
If you would have told me this would be a thing 9 years ago, I would not believe you, because anyone talking about men's issues back in the day was called an MRA or a pick-me. But lately I have seen a lot of good pro-men lefty content, and I'll put some links to some below. I don't agree with all the points they say, but I recommend watching. It's much better than...
They like having all of the stuff they don't deserve.
But the issue is a lot of this lefty pro-men content, it's always framed around how do we get them? As if men are just pawns and tools for your personal politics. How do we make the left more appealing to men? How do we stop lonely men from moving to Andrew Tate? Instead of just, how do we help men? And I think that's a really big issue. Both sides seem to treat men as political fodder. Disposable soldiers in the culture war and real war. Anyway, misandry is real. Oh good, finally! And while it doesn't systemically affect cis men, it most certainly affects trans men.
Oh my god, man. That's sickening. That is fucking sickening, man.
I need time to do that.
So you're saying that trans men aren't men then? You're saying that trans men are interesting? Interesting take. So trans men are not in fact men, it would seem, according to you.
Oh. Y'all talking about misandry doesn't harm men, and trans men are right there reading this shit, by the way. I see, now we only care about misandry because it affects trans men. Everyone stop! It's affecting a group I care about now. I love how the rhetoric just like evolved overnight from male tears to cis male tears. And I just have to ask, why aren't you including trans men in your misandry,
Nobody told me how lonely being a man is. We knew what depth felt like before we transitioned. We knew what it felt like to like have people want to hug us and to have people want to talk to us and have a community. And then you transition and you're just a guy walking down the street that people cross the street so that they're not near you. And friendships are so much harder to build. What's hard is none of this invalidates how real and raw women and people who are in marginalized groups feel about cis white men. All of that's valid, but
Okay, right. I was feeling bad for this this person, but now I've changed my mind.
I also now understand why the suicide rate is so much higher in men.
Welcome to being a man. Here's your complimentary isolation and yellow pillow. I love how even when he's experiencing the issues of being a man, he's like, this doesn't invalidate people hating men. Come on, bro.
man.
Men struggling don't want to be lectured about the patriarchy. They don't want to be told it's all their fault. They don't want to be told they're part of the problem because, first of all, they're not. The average 20-year-old didn't build society. They go to work, come home, off to sissy hypno fetish porn, and go to bed like everyone else. I've talked about this before, but a lot of men's value comes from the money they make, unfortunately. Men are natural providers, and if they have nobody to provide for, they get into findom or send random girls on the internet money. I'm just kidding, but the fact is, a lot of men simply feel like they don't have a purpose anymore. Whether a job or a career that's fulfilling and pays well, or a woman or family to protect and take care of and provide for, men are lacking purpose.
Yeah, I'm going to be switching over to YouTube shortly. And if you're interested in Sissy Hypno, this rape review I'm going to do, just come and check it out, okay?
And a man will crawl through a broken glass for a purpose. But you know who does make them feel like they have a purpose? No, not him.
I say that life as a man is exceptionally difficult. I say the most beautiful and the most terrifying thing about being a man is you're born without value. Society doesn't care about you.
The absolute audacity to act shocked that Andrew Tate is scooping these guys up after a decade of lol male tears is insane. Andrew Tate isn't the solution to men's problems, but he is talking to them. The fact is, you did not care about them for years, and even now you just want to recruit them, not help them. And that's why you will fail. And hey, maybe I'll be the Andrew Tate of the left. Men, listen up. Wash your penis. So I guess I'll leave you guys with a question. Why do you think male loneliness has been increasing? What are your solutions for this problem? And are you dealing with loneliness? And I will see you guys next time with a new video. Bye!
That was a great video. I'm honestly shocked that you know, it got such a, well, I'm not shocked at all. People just looked at the thumbnail and freaked out because they're retarded freaks who can't engage with anything beyond a single second of looking at it on Twitter and freaking out. But yeah, no, it's a good video. Strong recommend. Oh god, I need to switch over to my YouTube stream. Okay, I can't read the comments, sorry. By all means, go and check them out. But yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. Right. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's not much more to say. People freaked out for no reason. Once again, same discourse, different day.
Oh, battle. It seems your prayers have been answered.
Something for the cold and dark. Safe journey there.
No Man's Sky. Now I hear No Man's Sky is like Starfield if the developers cared. So I don't know what to expect from this video. And everybody says you should play No Man's Sky. And I figured I'd watch this video and see what it's all about. No Man's Sky sucked on release. Yeah, well, that's something it has in common with Starfield.
No Man's Sky, a game that went from this to this.
Oh, yeah.
Released in 2016, No Man's Sky was surrounded by excitement, anticipation, and most of all, incredible hype, promising more than 18 quintillion planets to explore, and finally being tossed into the hands of its eagerly awaiting consumers to just not be good. Like, at all.
I'm looking at these things and I'm just like thinking to myself, how many of these things have happened in Starfield?
It was barren, lackluster, and missing almost more than half of what the developers and Sean Murray promised. Well, that was 2016, and my goodness, has No Man's Sky changed since its release.
Damn.
Gently milk? What? I'm sorry? I milked them? What? I have craw milk? With more than 21 major updates, over 70 patches, and even more...
So they did 21 updates, and like... So do you pay a subscription for the game? Or like, how does this work? No, you don't. It's all, wait, it's all free? What the fuck? And so it's not DLC or anything like that. It's just free.
Content rolling out as the game continues to be live, with thousands of players, new and old, exploring the farthest reaches of space.
3,000 to 5,000 people is not a lot, but I mean, fuck, that's pretty good.
Many people have been asking the question, is No Man's Sky worth playing in 2023? After all, it's an open-world space game with a procedurally generated universe waiting to be explored, whether that be by yourself or with a party of up to 4 friends. So I went ahead and jumped back into No Man's Sky, both solo and with a friend, to let you know if you need to give this game another chance. The only fair way for me to do this is to start a brand new adventure. Now, to my surprise, this game gives you a lot of options when starting a new character. You have the normal difficulty, relax, creative, create your own rules, which are surprisingly extensive. Like, holy
god damn.
That's nice. Survival and an expedition, which are content-focused story beats that are dropped with each update, allowing you to play with other players and experience a special piece of content. I went ahead and just chose normal since I wanted the intended experience, and let me tell you, the experience was experiencing.
Oh, I didn't mean to shoot you. Oh, whoa, wait, yo, I don't like the...
That's crazy. There's nothing in Starfield like that.
I don't like, I don't like the creature looks like, the creature looks like, I don't like it.
Oh, there is?
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, I
don't like
haven't seen it.
I don't like this. I feel uncomfortable. I feel uncomfortable.
After playing like 20 hours.
Get away from me.
I'm not gonna lie to you here. The first 1 to maybe 2 hours of No Man's Sky's intro is really boring. But stay with me because I promise you this game gets a lot better.
Sure.
Because what other game lets you name an anteater?
So that's a anteater, bear, honey badger?
Bear, porcupine thing.
Oh, porcupine too. Yeah, I forgot about that.
This game does. You start with the basic tutorial. How to move, use a jetpack, scan for materials, you get the picture. Your first goal is to fix a spaceship that you have found crashed on this planet with you. With no memory as to who you are, where you are, or how you even got here, the story of No Man's Sky throws you into a self-discovery adventure. Sure, you may want to just get into space right away and start doing all these fun activities that you saw in the latest trailer, but you gotta earn those wings first. It isn't until around an hour of learning how to do the basics for movement and flying with your now repaired ship that you start building your first base on a planet that you don't even want to be on.
Oh my god, constructing bases, shelters, why do I have to do this now? This is the first thing I have to do is make a base. I don't want to do this.
I get that base building is an important core feature for No Man's Sky, but something about having to play that base building is an important core feature for No Man's.
If you look at this, it's not a fucking dick. It's just a hammer. It's like Thor's hammer upside down. It has nothing to do with a dick. There's never...
Sky, but something about having to place a base on a planet that you don't like just hurts my gamer brain. I really didn't want to be here for my base.
I don't want to do base building right now.
Welcome to my channel.
A planet that I want to stay on.
But don't worry, you can always change your base in the future easily, so don't get into the whole building process that much. I did the bare minimum and I moved on.
Yep,
Once
that's exactly
all
what
of
I
that
would
is
do.
done, you are free to fly up into space, skip over to the next galaxy, and start exploring. Eventually, once you follow the main story beats that guide you into your next solar system, you're introduced into the space anomaly, which is just a multiplayer hub. And this hub lets you get new quests, points of interest, and more game mechanics.
Oh,
you're
I think you do.
also allowed to play with friends now.
They spawned me in space.
Spawn, we'll go fly with you.
Yo, what is that?
I don't know. It just gave me its phone number. After greeting my friend Andrew in space, we wanted to explore the nearby planet to see what we...
Šta?
Ovog jebenog mikrofona je bolje čuješ,
Da, čujem.
a čekaj, reći mi sad kad se udalji 3 metra od kompa, da li mi sad čuješ?
I dalje te čujem, samo ne toliko glasno, kažem, i dalje se čuješ.
One druge kamere kad se udaljim bolje se čuješ. Pošto ovo nema logike.
Koje si vidio?
Uuuu, čekaj, što me ne rade, ma. To ne čuveni ne rade.
Nešto Tarko.
Nešto takine.
Čekaj, ali razlog zašto igraš Tarkov? Zato što više nemaš pristup Steam accountu, jer ti je Vlada. Ja mislim da sam u pravu.
Ovo je najjasnije.
Da kupiš sebi još jedan account, a da ovaj tu staviš Vladi.
Vogi bre najjače.
Kupiš novi account i njemu kupiš još par igara koje ti igraš i to ti Neša 3. Pošto ti je vjerojatno si pozajmio ove ostale account nekom. Daj meni neki account s nekom dobrom igrom. Mislim, ja većinu igara kupim kad mi se hoće. Ne zajmam malo. Jedine igre za koje stvarno mi nije žao da dam novac je igre koje imaju multiplayer, jer stvarno me nervira da pravim virtualnu VPN mrežu i da hakujem kod od igre i da ini fajlove prekucavam da bi igrao nešto u multiplayeru. I to isto moram da radim na 2 kompjutera. Kupiš igru fino na Steamu ili na platformu koju ćeš da igraš kod čovjek. Ako igra nema multiplayer, pa jedini razlog zašto bi je kupio da dam developeru lol, ni zbog čega drugog. Ma jel da? Baš.
Nenade, kako bi ti čuješ na ovaj mikrofon?
Loš.
Ko sad trola. Ti znaš da on nema jedan mikrofon, nego ovo je jedan od nekoliko.
Znam,
Loše ga čujem.
U odnosu na...
U odnosu kad se ne za kompjuter, sad je vjerojatno...
Pa kad stavi slušalice, da. Ali nismo s time poredili. To zna i on. To sam mu ja rekao. Da ga najjasnije čujem kad stavi slušalice, zato što taj mikrofon kupi sve zvuke bukvalno. Ali čovjek ne želi možda da sedi sve vreme za kompjuterom, možda želi da ustane se nešto radi u stanu.
Joj, svako što lajk.
Sine. Joj, porosene.
To je manje od pola 8, pa?
Jeli, a kad si planirali da ideš u krevet?
Bio sam već.
A bio si već? Pa što si tako umoran? Od spavanja?
Pa, igrao je Arkova u snovu jebike.
It's locked.
Umoran sam u život.
Umoran sam od života, zavide mi svi.
Hoće da ti zove Kostićija da ti pokaže kako nešto bori sa životom.
Kostići? A se vratio čika Kostići.
I kako stići u Grciju, tamo uživa, Grci se sad.
Još uvijek je u Grčkoj.
Jeste, pa otišu u subotu tek.
Što je da igram?
Igra i dok Vlada ne igra i onaj...
Mass Effect.
Igra i Tuber Punc.
Navuko se opasno.
Da, ja sam ti rekao, bolje uzmi drugi account.
Kad je džabe, kako se ne navuče, bre.
Nije džabe igra, nego džabe je virtualna mašina s koje se igra streamuje, to je džabe.
Mu je dao Nenac njegovog turskog naloga, tako da...
Ne, da. Moj turski nalog je povezan sa GeForce-om. Tako se čekao about that igra.
Pa mislim nisam ja
It's locked. It's locked.
Majku in the Karamajku. Znači,
A tako?
Ovo znači, cijelom prilikom sam Ilija instalirao
everyone?
Ridere za AMD.
Maybe wondering what this
Da.
is about. Well, there's this weird thing where you get to tier 4, right? You complete the seasonal quest,
Da.
the malignant season, and for some reason, you still can't really use the higher tier. At wall tier, you're supposed to come back down to either tier 2 or tier 1. Ravenant Pit seems to be the better place to go to. It isn't dry steps. Right here, the Ravenant Pit. It's going to ask you to kill 2 targets. After you take out those 2 targets, there's going to be a boss. After you kill the boss, you're going to walk up to you see this healing well. When you see the healing wall, there's going to be a door in front of you. When you open that door, you're going to walk in, and you're going to be fighting enemy here. You're going to basically put that in and fight this enemy here. And you're going to take this into wall 3, into tier 3, and you're going to do the same thing. Okay, and then once you've done there, you can take it into 4, And that should help you have a fully maxed thing. I don't know why this is made like this, but now you're going to see that I'm going to go to Kyovashad. We are. Put myself in World Tier 3. Here's a recipe that I should have gotten for finding the boss. I'm also going to show that. But basically, when you make that recipe, this is the recipe that I got from killing the boss just now. Right? Follow Invoker Rashan. Now that I crafted that, you're going to see that at this table here, I can now make the File Invoker Rashan. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the next world tier, and I'm going to do the same thing. And he's basically going to Invoker now that I can craft. So I'm going to craft that. All right. Just remember that it's going to cost you some sigil powder, and go back Karasu, or even the same thing. The recipe. You can do it in 3 because you pointed out by Blizzard, but it is what it is. All right, here we are. Drop into the pit. So you're basically here, Berserker. The pit is healing wall. Boom. You have the door to you interact because the one that you made allows you to interact here. Alright, so the boss is dead. You're going to see that it says recipe. Told me to invoke over Rashan. So then you grab this. You go back to Kyovashad. Because for some reason the table is only there. And also while you go there, you're going to...
Brother.
I'm not ready.
Oh, suck my cockly cock.
Jabuka, vidite, mogu bi jabuka. Da pojedem jabuka.
I'm not ready yet.
Puši, kurac. Ako glupo urađeno. Oh, brother. Ovo je fino. Meh.
I can't do that here. I need more time. ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait. I must wait. I'm not ready yet. I must wait. I'm not ready yet. I must wait.
Kakva glupost.
I must wait.
U životu nisam ništa gluplje vidio.
I must wait.
Bože se čuje.
But Snake,
Hello.
ti mi trebaš, kaži mi
Da.
samo kako
Slušam.
da stavim da strečujem na OBS-u da mi je preko celog ekrana slika. Znaš na što mislim?
Znam.
Ovdje?
Šta? Ne. Jednostavno ti treba samo da li ti ista rezolucija streama kao rezolucija
Nije, ja igram na 4.3.
Oj, to je. Igraš na 4.3 monitoru, je li to?
Ne,
Ili je igra u 4.3?
Igra u 4.3.
Ali nema veze, Counter-Strike ga razvuče. Ti kad ti na tvoj monitor ga vidiš normalno full screen, ili tako?
Ja ga vidim, da, ali stream se ne vidi.
Misliš, OBS ne vidi...
Da, imam kao Black Bars, ono.
Jesi probao 16.9 ili onaj 16.10?
A te da idem to jebati.
Pa to ti je pod opcije, pod graphics ili video settings.
Brate, na OBS-u, ne u igri, brate. Znam ja kako u igri se namešta. Kad
Znam.
upalim stream, nije mi puna slika, razumeš, Kantera.
Je samo Counter Strike ili ima i drugih igara?
Samo Kanter, ja sve ovo ostalo streamujem na Twitch studiju. A Kanter nemaš na Twitch studiju, moraš OBS.
Ne znam za Twitch studio, ali gledaj.
Brate, upalit ću te, evo ti share screen.
Ne, znam šta mi pričaš, džaba, mislim, ajde pokažeš share screen.
Evo ti, imam display capture i game capture.
A ne, nije
da
tu...
mi bude full screen.
Vidiš li levo i desno crno? Vidiš? Klikni na vidiš li te crvene kockice koje pokazuju tvoj ekran? To vuci do... Da, zapravo ne. Sivo se neće vidjeti na streamu. A desno?
Ne. Nešto mora ovdje da se uđe, brate, ali ne znam gdje taš.
Probaj
display capture.
Settings probaj. U donjem desnom ćošku.
Dobro.
I tu imaš video. Ili je video ili output. Probaj video za početak. Ako ti je ovo... Je ti to rezolucija u igri? 1080, 1920 pod 1080 kad igraš Counter.
Nije.
Pa
ja ću da streamujem na onaj 700 koja već...
Ama sve u redu. Ako hoćeš da streamuješ na 720 piksela, onda tu izabereš, odeš desno, tu izabereš 1280 puta 720. 1280 puta 720, ideš apply. I sad streamuješ u 720 piksela. Međutim, je ti 1920 puta 1080 rezolucija desktopa?
Da.
A koja je rezolucija u igri?
4.280, 960.
Jel možeš da podigneš tu rezoluciju ili ne želiš jednostavno?
Mogu, nego ja igram na tu rezoluciju.
E pa
Idem na output.
To ti pravi problem. Kako da objasnim? Najjednostavnije rješenje je da promeniš rezoluciju na 1080 piksela u Counter Strike-u, a ti želiš da ja idem okolo toga da ti izmislim rješenje za to. Nisam siguran kako da ti to uredim.
Nego ljudi jebote tako streamuju.
Onda isključi game capture i samo ostavi display capture. Ne znam kako ti objasnim. Tu sad ideš cancel u tom prozoru. Vidiš da ti piše game capture, stavi na oko. Ne moraš ni da klikneš ništa, samo staviš na oko. To. I display capture sad bi trebalo da ti, ono što ti je na ekranu, da ti outputuje. Nezavisno od rezolucije desktopa.
Sad, da li ga vidiš na streamu, ja ću da upalim stream.
Prvo moram da pogledam tvoj stream.
Jer da nije polipljen, evo, sad ću se pokažem.
Nije full screen. Kako nije? Evo full screen. Karakteri su niski i debeli, kao što kaže Dracula. Pretpostavljam da je to point. Jer na 1080 piksela vratno karakteri dođu visoki, a uski. I kukuriti što pogodite. Mislim da mi je Dracula tako objašnjava. Pa u redu je. Ne znam kako je kad uđeš u meč, ali kako vidim u lobiju nemam crnih štrati. Da li me iko čuje? Izvinjavam se. Ispao sam iz sobe umjesto samo da ne gledam tvoj stream. U full screenu.
Meni na telefonu pokazuje full screen sada.
Pa da. Zato što ti...
Znam što ćeš da kažeš.
Radio ti je game capture.
Nisi bio tu. Tamo Counter Strike moraš da streamuješ na ovom, da te vide ceo kompje su skrivali čite za OBS. Jer ti vidiš da ja sve streamujem na Twitch studio, samo Kanter ne može. Jer tamo ne mogu da ubacim tu sobu, taj capture. Ono se mogu iz game capture, ovo ne može. Ne znam zašto.
Jesi ovo tražio?
Da, full screen je, jeste. Evo vidiš, na kojoj rezolucija igram u igri. 4-3.
Pa znam, Dracula tako igra par šutera. Iako ima...
Ne, ja samo Kanteru.
On kaže da mu je karakteri koje... likovi, modeli koje puca su, malo deblji i niži. Kao razvučeni.
Nije navikao, samo 99 igram tako Kanter.
Pa ja sam imao 10-15 godina onaj 4.3, razumeš, kockasti monitor i što kažeš ti navikao sam, ali šta ja znam.
Uglavnom, to je to bilo. Sad ćemo da vidimo kako će da radi. Stream, meni u igri radi dobro.
Best armor, good deal. Father bless.
Da ti sad se da ovaj novi. Koliko brzo ulazi u igru, brat.
Pa dobro, mislim, pošto Valve plaća tu zebanciju, ja verujem da je taj engine optimizovan kako treba.
Kako brzo i u igru ušao i na mapu.
Pa ali imaš onaj M2 disk ili SSD ili tako što uđe?
Imam SSD.
Pa to je sasvim dovoljno. Možda starija verzija Counter-Strike nije to znala da iskoristi kako treba, ali...
Kad je izašao 2012, sa se go previše od 11 godina.
Zdravo, Vladimir. Upravo sam rekao Nenadu da bi trebao da kupi sebi drugi Steam account. Pošto si mu ti zagospodario svojim. Neša prihvata da ti se igra sviđa i rekao je da ne smetam Vladi, igrat će Tarkov. Aha, za cooler, a? Sad će pogledam. Ma ona šina, bracket stali već za onaj cooler. Čujem to. Nisi znao se meni obraćaš. Koji moj? Koji hladnjak? Nokuta ne postoji. Hiper 212, evo. Jest. Bilo previše komplikovano da se nabavi u Srbiji. Ja sam samo digao ruke od toga i kupio sam sebi drugi cooler. U pitanju je bila najobičnija jebeni komad metala, šina, Upravo kao što ste vi poslali. Upravo ovo. Ne, nije. Vlado, poklonio sam ga. Ne, ali ne. Vlado, od kad sam ja kupio drugi kuler, prošlo je 2-3 godine. Ja već imam komplet novi kuler sa garancijom. A taj ventilator nisam nikom prodao, nego sam ga dao kumu. Zato što kum ima, mislim da ima jedan stari računar na koji je montirao taj kuler. I radimo. Ni ja nisam za to da se stvari bacio, ako mogu da se iskoriste, ali također nisam teo da pravim od metala šinu. Mislim da mi je Milan predlagao tako neku glupost. Da uzmemo komad metala ili šipku, pa da je savijemo, pa da izmerimo dimenzije, pa da se to tako montira, ma kako, ne dolazi u obzir. Ma ima podršku, nego to je bilo previše komplikovano da se nabavi i nisam teo ušte se zajebavam s tim. I to je već stvar koja mene interesuje. Znači imam kuler koji je od nule pravljen za ovaj soket i to je to.
Fenom ga se. Fen ga se.
Fen za kosu?
A da.
A.
Samo go okačiš na kući što je upališ.
Može i to.
Vidiš, improvizuješ.
Ima mikrostar u kuler, Vlado.
Dobre, koga piješ?
Ne znam. Sa Lopezom. Izvinjavam se, Vlado, ali sad ću ti naći koji je model.
To je to, vidi se sve normalno i nesvetska slika, a?
Da, osim što je sve ogromno. Ali ti si tako navikao, tako da na kraju krajeva bitno je kako se ti osjećaš, a ne kako se osjećaju ljudi koji te gledaju. Tebi to najbolje leži i to je to.
Kogod je igrao na 4.3 i strema na 4.3, ne strema na Full HD. Mislim kako stremaš na drugoj rezoluciji, igraš na jednoj, to ne znam kako se radi. To možda se radi o kantoru.
Pa već sam ti to napravio. On ti downscale-uje tvoj stream na 720 piksela. Streamaš u drugoj rezoluciji.
Tako sve strema.
Pa ja isto. Nema vajde, razumiješ da ja streamam na 1080 piksela. Da trošim...
Čim radi meni dobro, ali vratno možda ljudima kasni se slika ili nešto.
Ne. Ko gleda na mobilnom telefonu, tabletu ili tako nešto, njemu to odgovara. Sajt, vidim.
Samo sam teo da vidim da li radi sve normalno. To je to.
Mm. €100 sam ga platio. 100 do 150, nisam siguran koliko je bilo para. Nisam ni bio zainteresovan da ga naručujem iz Mađarske preko Ukrajine, švercovano ispod Žakova krompira da bi platio €10 manje. Radi. Radi dobro.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Ja pustio posljednje, rekao pada. Dobro, dobro, da radi. Ne čuje se, radi.
I need more time.
Radi dosta dobro. Zašto?
Dobro je optimizovano, mogu ti reći sve. Jebi ga logično, novi engine kao i Dota 2 kad je prebačena.
Pa
se već... Možda radi loše ako novi engine je.
Se već updateovali Dota 2 ili?
Pa ne, nego kad je prebačena Source 2, to ću kažem. Koja je ono beše godine. 2015. ali tako? Znaš.
Not ready yet.
Ne igram ja Dota 2.
Ne. Dota 2 isto deli engine sa Counter-Strike Team. Global Offensive. Tako da sad kad su updateovali engine za Counter-Strike, mislim da će updateovati engine i za Dotu. Ja igram, ponekad, jako retko. U suštini je solo sranje. Možda nađeš društvo da igraš s njima to. To ti je kao CS, mislim. Možeš se sada da misli da igraš CS sa, možda i možeš otpuzno, sa nasumičnom grupom ljudi, ono. Uđeš u lobby i, ono, mada... Pretpostavljam da je bolja komunikacija u Counter-Strike nego u ostalim šuterima. Zato što imaš te glasovne komande koje su dosta dobre, tipa... Bar sam ja to koristio, ono, you take the point ili fall back ili ne mi spotted. Recimo u Battlefieldu i tim glupim stvarima.
Ajde, zađe iz tog palasa, smrdo jedna, uštakana. Bote, životka mi čuči u palas, ono, ceo meša da nočuje, bote.
Pa ne mora on da to uradi. Samo usporava igru svim igračima.
Pa brate, logično valjda se kreće da pucaš što više što je dead match,
Pa nije, on tebi ne duguje ništa da on mora da igra kako ti želiš.
Pa tako se igra valjda dead match.
Pa tako se igra, ali on tako ne mora da igra. Ono što bi trebalo bi da imate opciju vi kao ono lobby, ako vas nervira njegov stil igre, da glasate svi i saigrači i da više od pola njegove ekipe i više od pola tvoje ekipe glasa da ga kikujete.
No znam, neka ga nek priča.
Ja samo ignorišeš. O, pičku mater. I sad mogu da uradim ovo sranje. Jao. Ko je ovo smislio? Ko je ovo smislio i rekao da je to dobra ideja? Idijeti.
Moram ići da jedem i se tuširam.
Tamo kad sam prebacio da vidim ovaj gameplay.
Ma evo što na deathmatch sam da vidim. I jako su dobro optimizovali, kako god da stavim rezoluciju, video, settings isto mi radi, znaš, nije kao CSGO recimo.
A u CSGO?
Ne, CSGO,
Dobro.
700 FPS-a, maksi 400, nije u tome stvar, hoću ti kažem, koliki god FPS,
A,
radi isto.
osjećaš lag. Kapiram, ne?
Osjećam lag.
Ne, ovdje ne osjećaš, nego u Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Vjerojatno se osjeti neki...
Nego, ne znam, ovdje neko vede i što je novi engine, ne znam.
Misliš još nisu...
Pa beta je još, nije još. Ne zašlo zvaniš. Mislim, krajem mjeseca da će. Nema, kada ovo izađe zvanično, CSGO nestaje. Za uvek.
A dobro, zašto da plaćaju duple servere? Hosting za staru igru i za novu. U čemu je point? Samo gube novac.
I'm not ready yet.
Smara ovdje igram na tvoj deathmatch. Nešto ljudi, otišao sam, idem još koji minut. Ja se
Drago mi je što ti je to pomoglo i kako.
Ma ja inače streamujem preko Twitch studija, bolje mi je. Manje opterećuje komp nego OBS. Razumeš?
Dobro.
Da se mogu da streamujemo se kantera.
Što možda se kakuje taj Twitch studio?
Ne, već su cheateri skrivali cheat iz OBS-a i onda ti traži taj valjda general capture i third party software moraš da staviš da bi mogao da streamaš CS.
Gluposti.
Samo Counter te traži, ostali igre, ja sve mogu na Twitch studiju. Da se sad skinu OBS.
Potom da Dracula...
Twitch studio skinem samom i sam se podesi automatski.
Dracula streamuje čini mi se i onaj Call of Duty i onaj Hunt Showdown i taj Counter Strike sam ga gledao sve preko OBS. Ne znam. Možda ima bolja podešanja, otkud znam.
Pa lakše, manje. I sam ti se odradi.
A, ima više automatskih podešanja, kapiram.
Znaš, kao aplikacija skineš i on se odradi, pališ i ćeraj. Kad ne ovdje, brkaj se, pravi scene, pičke, ma tamo to nema.
Pa dobro, date ti više kontrole. Pa za nešto ti možda ne želiš toliko kontrole.
Ne želim, pa manje.
To je to, što jednostavnije to...
Kontrolavam. Ništa ljudi, pa se čujemo. Joj. Zdarova.
Pozdravljam.
Može banem, kasnije ili sutra. Goodbye.
Goodbye, teens.
Goodbye.
No, I'm not a fan. Well, I prefer Quake. No one on B. Quake is the FPS I like.
Mid. Orange, go orange. Watch connector. One top mid, one connector. Nice, top mid. Maybe rotating to B. Green! PKVP.
Alright, I'm not lost. I'm not lost. This game is hilarious.
Boo, can you drop me? Drop me maybe. Boo. Thank you.
He's giving me mwah.
Pass.
How?
Wow, nice.
One is mid very low. Go defuse. Last connector. He have 12 HP.
Let's go.
Nice.
Did you see that I shoot? I react first. I shoot. How this fucking happened? How no wine? B.
Nice.
Top mid.
One mid.
Flashbang.
Bomb is B.
I'm pushing him. Nice.
Where the fuck they going? Bomb was B, so you protect the bomb. This game is fun. Let's go. And retards from matchmaking elevated this game. So game itself is trash, but the retards elevated this game to 11.
Again top mid.
Throwing a grenade. Fellas. Deploying It's A.
Hey.
Flashbang. Throwing flash.
Oh, one is very low.
Yikes. Nice try.
It's not nice try.
Not nice try.
Go away, go away. No, go fake B, I go A.
Okay.
Somebody go with me.
Alicia.
Green, go with
Welcome
me.
to my channel.
We must move.
What I am? I am not green, I'm blue.
Just wait here. Pushing up. Go jump B, go. Go B. Purple, go A with me now.
Okay.
What the fuck is this shit?
Nice. Green.
Kitchen.
I will try to knife him.
Did you see that? I was him. He just turned around. One shot.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh my god, this weapon, I completely don't know how to shoot this shit.
We will defeat mercenaries. I'm throwing smoke. Flashbang. I'm throwing flashbang.
Go B now.
Go B.
Jump B. Green, go push short.
Come on, go first. The guy was where he was on the right. He didn't see him. Oh my god. The guy was behind the fucking door. He was right on the fucking bench.
Plant.
And I let the guy go first.
Kitchen. Nice.
Oh, and we have some Arabic tunes when we win.
We shall rule the day.
Let's wait.
What the fuck is this guy doing, orange? Of course.
Nice, you AFK. Shift.
Nice. 6 hits.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh my god. Who the fuck is AFK? This orange piece of shit.
Hello.
Nice try.
Hello.
Šta ima?
Neurotik je štimo bio CS. Igra ga čini mi se u 4.3 onoj kao nekoj čudnoj rezoluciji kao što i ti igraš ponekad FPS igre i onda samo ono klikni tamo, klikni vamo.
Uvijek kad ono mogu, kad mi daje.
Pa dobro, to ono što ti kažeš, tako si bar objasnio, karakteri niski.
Ja mu pišem u ništa već.
A? Pa nije tu. Ugaci stream, svi mu je bio aktivan par sekundi. Samo je kao proba. Da vidi da li radi.
I was made for loving you, babe.
Yes.
A gdje si Snake, bre? Snake S.W.Frost.
Kad... Milan forgive you.
Yes. Gdje je on?
12. I know you... Ko zna? Da nije Dumro?
Pričam sam s sobom, volim to. Obožavam to.
Šta si napravio?
To
te radi.
razum.
To te radi. A to mi radi, a to mi radi.
Ti si najbolji. Ma pojačaj ti to.
Ko
Kaj
to?
bre to bre?
Ne
Ko
znam.
to drnda bre?
Ja ne čujem.
Da vidim ko to drnda.
Pa mutiraš jednog po jednog.
Milan bre.
Milan. I oni
A ovo bre.
Poučeni iskustvom.
Moguće to.
A ti si par puta teo da nam puštaš, čujte ovu pesmu, čujte onu pesmu. Onda smo ti mi rekli nemoj Vlado, molim te.
Evo Milan sluša neke šamuge.
To ti se zove pump beat.
Kako je njemu dobro bre.
Ili ti kad ide da builda
Moguće, čekaj da ga mutiram
Ovo ti nije za M4. Nije.
Nenormalan tip skroz.
Ostala mi je fabrika na moj zahtjev za poštujem. Stigo sve.
Ne mogu da ti slikam kako izgleda za M4 da vidiš da to nije to.
Nema veze, čuti, radit ću 100%, šta Neša zna?
Ove nosače što mu fabrika poslala, kao to nije za M4.
Nek proba da montira, pa onda poslije kad bude držao u rukama i pita se šta sad. Samo da znaš da imaš čekić uvijek opciju, Vlad. Ako neće da legne, ti ga upasuj sam.
Ja ću ga mutiram, ne mogu da slušam u oseanju.
Rap? Što imaš protiv Ghetto Rap? Da čujem.
Zašto imaš protiv Ghetto Rap problem?
Imaš neki plan?
Znaš ono Ghetto, ja nisam izašao iz Getta.
Šta misliš o onom tipu, onome šakisti? Nisam pogodio?
Šaku Kulomenti?
Ne, onaj lik. Sam ja rekao isti Draku.
A onaj lik? Šta?
Pa da.
Isti ja bre.
Isti ti.
Peđa, isti Obenović. Isti.
Molim?
Ko?
Aleksandar Obenović.
Vuk Obrenović.
Peđa liči na njega, pa sam ti slao sliku.
Jes, i Tom Cruise liči na onoga Charlemagne, kako se zove na francuski.
Maria Anderson. Welcome to my channel.
I Jackie Chan liči na Milana.
Jes.
Sam ti slao sliku, isti ti, ko nam glavu.
Isti obrve, kosa, sve.
Pa nisi ti njegova reinkarnacija?
Namrgođen, tako to. Ja preka sam bio mršav, bio sam isti, brate, nole, brate.
Not ready yet.
Imao sam tu facu nole to.
Nole, onaj što je vodio onaj... Nole Seksoman.
Brate, Đoković isti, brate, fotokopija. Seksoman.
Da, onaj Nole, znaš ko je Nole? Onaj lik što je vodio, pa ne, i bio je na onoj televiziji, Nole Seksoman.
Si vidio onu sliku od brate Đokovića kad je bio mlađi?
Misliš dok nije bio ženjen?
To.
Da ga žena nije uzela pod svoje. Pa nije se hranio vegetarijanski, znaš. Sad se hrani sa govedinom uzgajanom sa farmi, sa svežom travom.
Nije skroman je on, nemoj tako skroman.
Mogu da ti donesem knjigu da vidiš njegovu dijetu za kao sportiste. Kakva je to gomila gluposti. Moj brat. Kakva je to gomila gluposti.
On može jesti skroman, ali on ženica.
Nemojte tako pričati na streamu, koje se sve.
Ne interesuje me. Apsolutno.
Ovo ima upravo Srbija.
Na neke dođi.
Trezorijom.
Čut!
A šta sam ja da je to određene agencije?
Pa naravno gdje si, samo potpisani bi agent.
Ne pravi sranje. Realno. Znaš ti koja se Gdje ti kum jebote?
Radi
Ja
čovjek.
zaboravim bre na tog čovjeka. Živ.
Radi. Jel bio na godišnjem odmoru? Jest. Pa treba sad platiti tu žurku.
Kuluvaziju.
Ga je šatka, jebate šatka, nabijem ti u dupe.
Šotka u CS.
Da.
Ja sam mislio da ljudi mimuju samo sa šotkom, da je to neozbiljno.
Pa i ja,
Dok je Shotgun radio jako čudno, ja sam igrao u 1.6 s onom Benelli.
U 1.3.
Pa i u 1.3 sam igrao, nema problema. Zato što ako gađaš centar mase...
Igronicama šta si igrao tad? 1.2, 1.3, šta?
1.3, 1.6, tako.
Pozaci.
Strašno, ja sam šokiran. Postavi. No,
ti još
Quake 3.
Češao, ti još nisi, kao da ima 300 godina, vrati.
Warcraft 3, Frozen Throne, kakva League of Legends. Niko ne igra League of Legends i...
Šta kenjaš, šta kukaš?
Ne znam,
kukaš koji kurac.
U Ligu nisam igrao koji, igrao sam Dota.
Pa Dotu, Warcraft 3, Frozen Throne, Dota.
Warcraft 3 to prvenstvo.
Da.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait.
Kako igraju braća, kidaju.
Gaza.
Ajde jebu kill.
I must wait. I must wait.
Reci.
I must wait. I need time to do that. I must wait.
Jel urak?
Ne. Sveti Milan.
Si? Uglavnom na B otiš. A je li moguće?
Hey, okay. Welcome to my channel.
Ono ko kupio kod tebe, znam.
A?
To kupio kod tebe.
Šta? Aha, dobro. Ma mogu kući sad da se tu cenjem.
Neće ništa da budu.
Nešto!
Papirniku pakuju da napravi.
Nekada.
Aj.
Nešto pešo.
Peđa.
Gdje si Neš? Je li ovaj i dalje sluša onu gangsta?
Ne.
Let me know.
Svi smo ga stavili na mute.
Neki od
Ne mora
vas
čovjek
pre.
na mute. One top of me. Koji šamar, bret.
I can't lift more.
Hellraiser.
Ti znaš ne?
Kač?
Imaš da završiš prijateljicu.
No.
Kako ti u primjeru?
I must wait. I must wait.
Ovo je Anubis, ne da ne znam da igram, nego...
Ziki.
Ne znam.
Welcome to my channel.
Mid. Brate, šta je ovo jebote? Moguće da me van tapuje ovako, bre, ko dobar dan, bre.
Your eyes never betrayed me, but I have seen your picture on the cover of a filthy magazine.
Bi. Naravno tapujem. Kako ljudi jako dobro igraju, da mi izuti. Da mi ja očajem. Sevens, I have AMD Ryzen 5
Zato što sam bio spavao
1060
Jesu, kad sam došao,
and graphic Radeon RX 5080
od
8
15, 20 do 4. Kako sam ti kad... Da.
Što tryhardaju, jebote, lik me čeka ovdje. Da li je ovo normalno?
Znači... 22... Jebeno fali.
HVDES. Welcome to my channel.
Ko će kome da fali? Kako sam ovo isfollowao?
Da? Da?
Jok.
Šta ti je?
Neka prehrana me uvatila.
A to si sedeo na ladan beton.
Jebi ga.
Bojim se da nisi jedini.
In the water one. Brate, šta je s metkovima bre? Jebote.
Šta je, padio kao đulat?
Ja ne mogu vola da pogodim, toliko sam očan posto ovaj kanter da to nije normalno. Bukvalno.
To nije to do tebe, jednostavno nisi ono, ispusti možda ti spormer. Šta sad? Evo, brat, ono beskorisno. 5 i 5 su 10, 15.
Vlad. Welcome to my channel.
Kako si ti to preživao da mi je znati bet?
Ko zna?
Zna.
Ajmo da vidimo šta u kampanji heroje se radi.
Elysian.
U kampanji?
Welcome to my channel.
It's locked.
O, si mu rekao.
I'll take it. Good deal. Father bless.
Ko da pije kiselo, na zdravlje.
Imam celo bravo, jebote. Bravo, Snake. Bravo, Snake, Frost. Igraš Diablo?
Jes. Malo dosadno kad igraš samo.
Very nice.
Vrlo dosadno kad igraš samo.
Vidi ga, on izlazi iz smoka ispred njih troje i ubija mene. Ujebem vam mamu u pičku, ja.
I'm not ready yet.
Ja ću da igram Company of Heroes 2 sa nekim društvom tako da sam gore.
Ideš na drugi sprat. Imaš tamo drugi račun, šta?
Another floor. Platforma. Isto dobar film, ne? Bolest.
Film je kritika modernog društva. Kao i svaki španski film, nema normalnu priču, nego uvijek ima neko tumačenje koje moraš da čitaš se među redova.
I'm not ready yet.
Vidio. Jeboti pas, mater.
Koji ga gađam u glavu, bre. Gdje si, Jack, ja te...
Not ready yet.
Da. Nikad.
I'm not ready yet.
Hoćeš sljedeću, Jack?
I'm not ready yet.
Ima.
I must wait.
Evo, zapaljen sam. Evo samo da završim ovo. Verujem.
I'm not ready yet.
Ja njega prvi gađam i on meni dade glavu. Neće mi danas kancer, a to ti. Bolite kurac.
I must wait.
Realno. Moram da se, brate, nerviram. Ova igra je za, brate, mene lek. Poenta je da se ja nerviram.
Da si ste šuo, ne na posao.
Ne na posao, nego uopće. Volim u, brate, kanceru da rageam, brate, zato što smeće od igre. Ček, stan, ima još jedan, alo. Ga ludak. Alo, ček, još jedan. O. Aj, ulazi, Jack. Ne invajta još jednog, može samo troje. Kakav leko ide. Alo, Crnogorec. Tu sam kasnije, ono counter matcha da odigram.
I can take common, turn it special. That there is worth the coin. Anything breaks, the forge is hot.
Using the little statue to go up in World Tier. Unless you're
not while I'm in town.
You need the whole group to get there. Boom, that is done. We're gonna learn the recipe, of course.
We could find.
Really that much to
So
do?
you just say so
Not
you
while
just
I'm in
fly
town.
directly down from space onto the planet? And I guess kind of like that ozone layer break or like atmosphere break is the texture change?
Here.
That's crazy.
Yeah, there really isn't.
To be fair, we did land on a planet that was practically the equivalent of the Arizona desert. So before we headed back
Wow.
into the anomaly to start a
I've
quest,
been on like
I
10
need
of
some
those
oxygen
today.
to keep my life systems
Actually, no,
online.
20.
And thank God Andrew had some.
Okay, how do I transfer like not all of it?
Give me all of it.
Alright. Now you have 4,000 oxygen.
4,239. We decided to start
That's a
on
lot
a
of
quest that has
oxygens.
tasked with taking down a horde of creatures, which sounds pretty easy for a
Okay.
first-time quest to
Easy
me.
enough.
With it selected and ready to go, Andrew joined my squad, we flew out from the base, talked to the person in distress, and descended to make landfall on the planet.
Oh, there's the worm.
What?
See, dude, that's what I was talking about that I wish Starfield had. It needs like oh shit moments whenever you see something like this. Like that's the thing, is it like you have to have those like big dick like, oh my god, what the fuck is that? You know, like Dune moments? Yeah, I mean I feel like you've got to have those wow moments.
You don't see that giant worm that just flew by? Oh, there's multiple.
Look at that.
I don't know if we should be here.
Before we even tried to possibly fight those giant worms, Andrew and I had other plans.
Come here.
Some of them like to like fly along the ground.
Oh,
so,
is it
like,
bugged
drops
out?
down.
Come here. Oh, there's a little interact animal. Gently milk.
What? I'm sorry?
Is it meowing?
What? Have crawl milk?
We have a set.
Adopt his companion. There he is. Alright, I'm gonna name him Glurm. He looks like a Glurm.
That's a good
After
name.
taming Glurm and making sure he was
What the fuck?
HVDES.
properly fed and pet.
Welcome to my channel.
God, could you imagine petting that? Slimy or squishy?
You can just like
I'm gonna say
He
slimy.
just got it
We
as a
refocused
mount?
our efforts on the task at hand, fighting the giant worms.
Yeah.
It's right there.
Yeah, right there doesn't help.
It's literally inside of the tree. The giant ball right there.
It is not showing up for me.
The only problem, for some reason, is that Andrew couldn't see them.
I'll believe you and just follow.
Ooh.
What?
That's a big
Did you
boy.
not see that?
No.
Like, look how cool that is, man. That's so badass. Like, that's the kind of stuff that people want in a space game. Look at that. That's insane.
You're telling me you don't see these giant
These
worms
crawly boys, look at them.
The plants? Like this thing?
No, this.
Yeah, I don't see any of that. I'm not gonna
Oh,
lie.
it died.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Something now. It's loading in a little bit.
Once we defeated them, well, mostly me, Andrew stood there shooting at God knows what. We collected the giant eggs that the worms dropped, got into our ships, and visited the social hub to cash in our mission. So that mission was a cool experience, but for Andrew, it bugged out. The thing with No Man's Sky is that everything you can do in single player, you can do in multiplayer. But sometimes the spawning of objects is a bit off. Kind of like how ships sometimes fly into planets. Who are these people? Who's the one in the middle?
Like Pluto?
Are they like going through these? This guy's gonna crash right into us. This guy's gonna go.
Oh, no, this isn't a bug. He's role playing the Concordia.
This guy's going right into us.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Well, after hanging out with Andrew, fighting some more creatures, looking at his practically empty super ship.
Wow. It definitely needs some
That's
work.
really big.
What do you mean? I don't know what the hell.
The furniture looks great in here.
That's
He just moved
huge.
in for college. And exploring a desolate freighter that felt like dead space, I decided it was time to go back into my own world and continue the story missions. I played for around 4 hours flying back and forth for the
So
mission.
he did all that within 4 hours? That's insane, dude. Think about what you do in the first 4 hours of Starfield.
Marker to mission marker, and I was getting into the groove of the game. And then something happened while I was searching through ancient ruins.
Dude, is there a ball up here? What's this?
Gravatina, what's this? Detective?
Oh, that's right. I forgot. I forgot my Gravatina balls. I got chased by local space cops, and I booked it out of there. What I didn't know is that this was going to evolve into an entire space fight with the authorities above the planet. Oh, come on.
What the fuck?
One that I had to keep fighting, or else I was going to die.
Bro, he's taking down like a frigate ship? That's like a Warhammer 40k
At the end of
Imperial
all the
Army
bloodshed,
ship.
I was awarded with
Holy
an item.
fuck!
Probes,
Dreadnought
archive
oh my
for
god.
interceptors. It told me to warp towards a new system to acquire a Sentinel object. Sounds pretty good. So I wasted no time and I warped on over and zipped towards the planet, almost shaving a mountain in half. Oh my god, there's a whole hill. Oh. And I noticed there was something different about this planet. One, it had mountains and hills, but two, it made everything pink and purple. The entire spaceship is pink. So this planet had to
like
be
a shader.
special, right? I was a little bit confused as to where the quest marker wanted me to go.
Signal trace detected. Reach the final position to acquire another. Is it inside the mouth?
Okay.
I feel like it's inside the mouth.
That's cool.
Little thingy right here.
Wait, can you
I parked my
blow that up?
spaceship right here.
So I landed the ship and dug towards the objective.
So you can land your ship wherever you want on the planet? Is that right? Damn.
Where the?
And could you run all the way through the planet? Like if you could go all the way around it? Wow.
Towards the objective.
Where the?
So he has to like just shoot holes in a wall? What the fuck?
I dug for 5 minutes straight.
Wait, so you
and
can
at
dig
some
and-
point, I felt like maybe I didn't need to be making this so complicated.
What
Like
the
it was
fuck?
on the other side of the mountain and I could have just flown over there.
Was this ship just on the other side of the mountain? Is that what I'm figuring out right now? I'm just digging through the mountain for no reason.
Eventually, I saw the light.
Oh! It was just simply on the other side of the cliff. I didn't have to go through the wall. Why did I dig through the entire
That's
mountain?
insane. So full terraforming.
It turns out that this ship crash landed here.
That's
and it was
incredible.
my job to get it back up and
Oh
running
my
again.
God.
I didn't know if I was going to actually be able to keep the ship, so I just carried on with the mission, going back and forth with what the game told me to do while collecting some very valuable materials. Yo! Because there was no way they were just gonna hand me the keys to this really cool ship, right? Wrong. Turns out, spending 20 minutes going back and forth trying to fix a ship that I had to Google 3 times to make sure I wasn't messing anything up, and it turns out that the part I was using wasn't the right one, and I had to offer a computer brain to an altar. Jeez, God, I gave myself a headache here.
Wow.
Why was this so confusing for me? Anyways, I got the ship.
Oh my god.
Damn.
This ship is
That's way better than
After
yours.
admiring the beauty of my new vessel, the game decided to spit out a fugitive for me to test my newfound weaponry on.
Okay.
It was $144,000. Really quickly, look at Noctool. Yeah, you're coming home with me, buddy. And things were looking up for me, and my new ship. And if you thought that there was a lot that I've shown already in the first couple of hours into No Man's Sky, oh boy, this next section, it's just content after content. So just get ready for that.
So you... Holy shit.
Also, get ready for more videos with a like and subscribe so you don't miss
it's
any
more
in the future.
crawly
I took a
boys.
different turn away from
But
the
they're in
normal
the
mission
air.
than the main story and decided to do my own thing. I found this spaceship drifting in orbit around a planet, which led me on a spree of things to do. And that orbiting ship gave me coordinates that allowed me to find another crash ship. I fought some sentinels who did not like me there, activated a beacon that brought me to a huge space battle that I was not ready for.
What?
Oh god. Oh no. What's up, guys? Jesus Christ.
What the fuck?
Holy. Here comes the maneuvering, things like this. Wait. I'm in a situation where I might be. I thought I was prepared. I'm not prepared. It's like Han Solo flying through the asteroid field right now.
If he hits one of those asteroids, does it damage his ship? Oh, fuck.
So bad, as in I could have died, that I had to flee from the battle. So I kept flying away until I could just warp out of that battle into a family
Bashalik.
reunion.
What
Who are these
Welcome
guys?
to my channel.
Who are you?
Yes,
I went
but-
inside that ship, I said hi,
Oh,
and
shit.
left because he was charging way too much.
Otko ti? Je to...
Ništa, ušao malo da odigram 2-3 partije Hunta i...
Jesi video trailer za... Sad nemam pojma, je li to trailer za neki novi event ili novi DLC? Imaš tu na kanalu, samo vrati par ovih postova, pa še stavio sam ja.
A ovo, Corruption?
Šta je to?
Whispers of Corruption.
Ne, Diablo, da, Whispers of Corruption, to. To sam ti sinoć sam palio telefon i pogledam, mislim da je bilo na... Kad sam vidio taj trailer? Sinoć oko 7-8 uveče mislim da je bilo. Znam da sam se začuo da je pisalo je posted like 4 minutes ago, tako neki djel. Kako je moguće.
Ziki.
I sad,
Welcome to my
pošto
channel.
znaš ono da kraj tek stalno pumpa nove skinove, nije mi bilo jasno da je to samo novi skin ili nešto kao teaser za ne znam novi event ili tako nešto. Ako iko zna kad je Halloween. Pa dobro, onda moguće da teasuju za Halloween nešto. Moja pretpostavka. Ako se pitamo će li da urade nešto novo ili će da samo repriziraju stari Halloween. To baš bilo lenje s njihove strane. A vala imali su 3 mjeseca da naprave nešto novo.
I'm not ready yet. I need time to do that. I must wait. I must wait. Not while I'm in town.
A? Neki kod error, šta je ovo? Hunt ne radi po meni. Ovo ne radi Hunt. Je ovo update od 95 MB. Pa radu mi je ovo ime.
Hotfix.
A? Hotfix, ali ne piše ništa. Kakav hotfix 95 MB je. Šta je ovo? Vlado igra s nekima u sobi tamo, jel?
Pazi ovo ime.
Jesi tu, Makić?
Usam.
Hoćeš li Hunt Showdown PvP?
Hoću na redu.
1 na 1 mislio sam.
Kako, šta ima sad?
Hoćeš ti da probaš?
Neću bre.
Ajde, pozvat ću te lobby, paš vidjeti.
Šta su to nešto novo bazi?
Pa jesu. Ovo ljudi niti znaju, niti ih zanima. Samo da startujem s tim. Ne sviđa se meni ovo kad ukrug prave svojim glupostima. Znaš, Nenade.
Nisam čuo.
Ne sviđa mi se kad ukrug prave te gluposti, ono, kilometarski. Gledao sam poređenje ovoga Starfielda i onoga No Man's Sky. Igra stara koliko 5-10 godina. Ima više opcija. ima više opcija nego igre koje sad
Ali
izašle.
pazi, i No Man's Sky je bio...
Znam.
No Man's Sky su tek sad, pre godinu dana su ga ispeglali.
Pa nije baš.
Ja, ali ovo je napravio kompjuter, znaš. Ovaj video što sam ti poslao.
Šta je napravio?
Pa u fabriku. Kao mašine. Mašine samo to je.
Ne zabrinjavate to. Skynet, mašina napravi mašinu.
Šta očekujemo onaj, kako se zove?
Doomsday scenario. Mašina napravi drugu mašinu da zatuče sve ljudi. Tako nekako, znaš. Ovo je skroz nebitno. Ne interesuje vaše opcije. Invite.
Šta su bacili na ovu kantu?
To ne vidim gdje je.
PvP. Dođi ja u lobby.
Dobro.
Čekaj.
Region.
Stani. Moram ovako. Sad što vidite. Šta? Uzmi koje ćeš oružje.
Ali evo, ovo mi je opremljen lovac.
Hoćeš s tim da igraš, a?
Ne znam što te ih stavio.
Dobro.
A reci mi jel ovo utiče sad na neki KDA ili nešto?
Ne. Ovo ti je pera.
Play as a solo. Može već.
Samo da uzmem...
Vidiš, to je u sklopu shooting range, jel?
Jes.
Nisam znao to može.
Može. Može i treći igrač. Na primjer Milan. Ali... on je to.
I onda tu sad kao šta, svako za sebe, no?
Ništa, napravi sad lobby. I sad igramo 1-1. Da. Isto tako za 3 igrača.
Nenade je tu, Nenade.
Čekaj, prošlu muziku. Kaš?
A mogli bi vrati ja ti Snake da odigramo 30.
Snake ide sad na posao. Ono što se zvao.
Ja, druga.
Oni da vlada ide na ove. Evo, samo da izađem iz ovoga.
Da be, nemamo trećeg, Snake ide na posao.
Ide na posao.
A možeš jedno odigrati.
A dok ja izađem, ono će da...
Jel ti uči to bez zgrade kao ligu kocke?
Jes.
Meni isto. Ajde, raspali.
A s koje to sad razlije, nema veze, ja?
Nema veze. Imaš municije koliko hoćeš, imaš i trajtara.
Igramo murke, po Snake-ovi, ja. Udra, to sam uosio.
Kako strašno.
Pa čekajte, mogu revivat sad ili šta?
Ma mogu ja ovo gledam.
Aha, ti sam.
Ili sponovo me sam.
Ovo uopšte nije loše za praktik, čovjek.
Aha.
Razumeš, ti možda vidiš, na primjer, s koliko metara može ovaj fanning lepo da radi to.
Možeš da... Čekaj, kad pritisneš ping, znaš, pinuj na mene.
Da.
Pinuj mi pod noge, pa šviti.
A, 19 metara.
15 metara.
Koliko sad kaže?
Evo ti probaj na 10 metara. A ne znam, pitaj Krajtek zašto to tako u igrici ne radi.
A šta ne radi?
Sada probam fening. Na 13 metara. Dobro, ali koja je vjerovatnoća da će igrač tu da stoji?
Pa neću stati, naravno. Dao sam ti free.
Da. Ovo je idealna situacija, jebi ga, kad čovjek ne vidi može ubiti.
Zato ni nema laga, znaš.
Bravo, da.
Ovo ti je lokalni evropski server, samo za 2 igrača.
To je sad mašine, znači tvoje ili njegove mašine.
Ovo je ekstra, brate.
Ti si iza mene. Već ti da meni sve vreme, ne. Prvo outline su mi isključeni, ne vidim da si uopšte. Samo te čujem da si.
Da, ne vidim ni ja tebe, ne vidim ja outline uopšte. Evo sad te vidim. Vodio si. Ujebo, vidi.
Naletao si na drugi!
On nije odjednom mi skinuo sve.
Ne, drugi je poison bio s druge strane, znaš. Aha, ti si gore na krovu, pretpostavljam. Sad se već igramo žmurke.
Velika je ovo mapa za 2 igrača.
Čujem te si negdje napolju. Nisi gore negdje. Pa jeste i nije.
Si Snake.
Veruješ mi da se ne štakam uopšte.
Ne, ali ovo bi trebalo ovako da naprave...
Manja mapa.
Da, ne manja mapa, nego da bude na primjer 3x3 i ovaj compound tamo.
Ne mora ovaj, može Lost Station. Znaš koliko je Lost Station?
Da, bilo koji, ali...
Pa nije svaki dobar, recimo tvrđava nije loša.
Bravo, Snake.
Pa znam da si, znaš na koliko si s ovim bio? Na 10. Nisam siguran da li si na više bio.
Ne, 10. Možda i manje mi je čak ostao, meni 10.
Uzeo sam...
Vidiš, minus 39, on broji nešto što je...
Otrov. Meni je otrov što sam bacio na ove...
Znaš ti koliko on jede, čovječe? 39, 38, 33...
To ti je po tiku. Otrov.
Brate, znači on to osuči ovdje za sekundu i po ti gotovo.
Ako stojiš u otrovu ili ako te ona žica uspori...
Gotov si.
A znaš šta ima još na ovoj mapi? Negdje se šetaš kroz blata.
Bank. Automat, a?
Bi sam sebe otrao. Nije tako lako poći čovjeka koji se mrda, jel da?
Nije boga.
Op. Uf. Bio sam u vazduhu kad sam te vidio. Idu. Pogodila?
Jeste.
Jes?
Ostaju na 20 HP, ja sam ostavio.
Pa dobro, to mi je bio cilj. E sad imaš one... Imaš escape live. ono što je dobro što možeš da odeš u lobby i da promeniš oružje, da probaš drugo oružje s drugom municijom. Municijom ili sa attachmentom neki.
Dobro, ali imaš i ovdje da biraš.
A imaš, ali nema custom municije, to je problem. Što je puklo ovdje, moram da to opet zomnem. Ajmo sad... Šta sam teo? Ovo. Ćeš da promeniš oružje ili... Ček, hoćeš da probaš zapaljivu municiju za Winchesterku? Te zanima koliko lako je zapaliti čovjeka, na koliko metara, koliko ti treba. Znam da si onda rekao koliko, kako kad tebe pogode, jednom sam
Mene pogode, upali me, brat, odmah.
I jeste, zato što...
Čovjeka 2 puta, ništa je.
Long ammo
mislim da su to i radili sada sa nekim od update-a zadnjim.
Jesu. Long ammo pali na 40-50 metara, taj kompakt, on pali na 10, znaš.
A, znači on ako ima onu Martin Harry, on je zapaljen i on će me upaliti.
Da, na 40-50 metara, to je sasvim solidna distanca.
A da li ima veze ako me pogodi u ruku, nogu, prsa ili...
Nema. Ima veze da li imaš straight. Ako imaš straight, spasit će te samo te sekunde, razumeš, kad te pogodi, čim ti ono malo nagori health, zapalit će to. U ostalom, evo ti gledaj. Sad ćete iz distanciju između nas dvojice, to je 10 metara. Probaj na 11 metara, pukni me u, ne u glavu, u grudi. Već zapalim vodu. Čekaj da vidimo. Ipak sad će me zapaliti svaki put, dok bi se ne napuni health.
Imaš tu heal.
Ma ne, nego imam onaj sagoreli šank healtha, znaš. Čekaj, sad ću ja to rešiti. Revive. Aj sad, da ima sad. Gdje si ti? Gore?
Ne, ja sam glavno, brate, napad.
Aha. Čekaj, to je 36, to ti je predaleko. 28, predaleko, 25.
25.
Probaj na
20 metara.
Probaj na 20.
Pali na 20.
mi zapali. Sad me već možeš ubiti. Kokni me još jednom. Jer ne vredi da testiraš tako, moram biti full.
Koliko može da upali?
Probaj. 23, 25, 25 probaj. Ček.
Meni pokazuje 30 metara.
U mene, kad mi nogu ne ništa.
Tebe kad ništa ne pita mi 30 metara.
Dobro, probaj. Mislim da ima... Ne, to već ne može, vidiš? 30 ne može, ja mislim da i 25 je previše. To čeka da se napuni ovaj čanak.
Znači, to je tu do 25 metara.
To da ne igraš Cyber Punch.
Čekaj. 3... 1... Ajde.
24 metara.
Ni to neće. Oko 20 metara.
20 metara.
Oko 20 metara, da.
20 metara.
E tu možeš, preko toga nema šanse. Vidio.
Sad imam otprilike, to je koja razdaljina? Sekund. 16, 20, znači na ovu razdaljinu mogu da pale, to je to.
Sad ćeš mu ubiti svejedno.
Nećete gaditi.
Čekam da se ne punim. A gledaj.
Viš, sam je ovdje radi, to je na ovaj luk.
Radi, to gore vidiš. Zapravo možda možeš i da probaš da vidiš na koliko metara ćeš ih zapaliti.
Da. Sad ću da stavim tačno 20 metara. 21 metar.
Ne, 20. A sad si gubio. To moraš sačekati da se resetuje.
Na 20 metara.
20 metara.
Jeste. Čim pređe 20, gotovo.
Gledaj ovo. Stani tu. 13, 12. Koja je dobra distanca? 16. Koliko je to skinulo?
Ostavio si mi na 20 HP-a.
To ti je bio flašeti za ovaj drilling. Da ti probaj. Daj, ja ti uzim.
Mm. 20 metara, ja? 23. 17. 18. 18.
Ne, slobodno gađi. 15-20 HP, ako i 15. I to moram da se krpim ili ono...
Automatski mora da se krpim,
znači ne pomaže nikakav
trade. Pa da, to je jedan spin i odmah prebacuješ na pištolj.
Pa možeš X da pritisneš isto.
Kako se lepo vrte ruke, vide ruke.
A probaj...
radi.
Čekaj, nemam više health. Sad me ubi slobodno. Da se ne healam.
Nemoj tako.
Gledaj sad, stavio sam full metal jacket. Probaj da me kokneš s malo veće distance. Hoću tim gađi. Da viš koliko je jak ta crna municija. Dole. Koliko je to? 32. Znaš koliko je to? 120 HP-a na tu distancu. Iz metka.
Čekaj, to je... Koliko si daleko? Daleko si 4 metara. Ne.
Evo ti gledaj na 50. Evo gledaj na 50. Jesi na 50? Nisam. 50 metara tačno.
Jesi, tačno 50. Aj gađa.
Ti. Ne ja.
Ja?
Ti. Mene zanima distanca.
Welcome to my channel.
Da. 110.
Ujebote.
105, 110. Na toliko, vidiš? Ali to ti nije regularna municija, to ti je ona crna, ona FMG.
Da, to je FMG, da.
Zato što...
Ali stani sa strane, baš vidim koliko bi skinuo, na primjer da te gledam s boka.
Isto kao kad gađaš u grudi, ja mislim, samo da vidim da health napuni malo.
Ja mislim da neće biti. Imaš health?
Hoće, zato što gađa kroz torzu. Čekaj da mi je napuni kocku bar do ovo. Ajmo ti probaj ovako.
44 metra. Gađam te u ruku.
120, 130 HP.
Ujebote.
Zato što probija kroz ruku i pogađa sljedeći hitbox, a to ti je grudi. Tako radi. To sam čitao na forumu. Za te pare koliko košta mnogo je jak oružje. Da, možeš i na lutki da probaš isto.
Evo gađam lutku, sad ću vidjeti na koje razdaljini, skida po 50.
Ne, zato što lutka ima 150 HP, zato ti to ide.
135 metara, 135 metara. I ona lutka tamo.
Dobro. 46. To već predaleko za tu municiju.
29, dobro, to je nešto metara jebate. Ja ne mogu čovjeka pogoditi na 50, a ne na 100.
A nije to za to, ti je ispod 100 metara da gađaš neko.
Da, to je ovako do ovdje, do ovog compounda.
Naprimjer, da ja stanem ovdje negdje, ti me gađaš na tu stranu.
Da, to mogu, to je 35 metara, to je blizu. Mislim, ali ja
I
nisam
dalje,
precizan,
i dalje
ovo je već za mene daleko, da.
I ja isto, to je za mene sitno.
50
Znaš kako ti je sitna figura?
Da. 50 metara je ovo.
Ma kako, za mene samo tačkice. A ovo ti je Milan ovako gađa. Evo ti ga double barrel. Je li pogodio?
Samo da ima.
Pogodio sam.
Šet na 50
50 health i bleed.
A
znaš da možda headshotuje flasheti?
Znam. To sam sa spektrom radio par puta.
Samo ne znam kolika je distanca za headshot. Možemo da probamo. Da im samo probaj. Imamo koliko metara. Čekaj se na healim da me ne ubije ovaj.
Evo ti imaš ovdje heal.
Da imamo samo 10 je preblizu. Probaj 15 metara. Probaj u glavu.
Glavu?
Aha. Ne. Mislim da ne. Ali healing gdje?
Ima zove heal.
Dobro. Ovako je brže.
Pa mogu ti healovati evo ovdje.
A dok ga nađem.
Da, to se ljudi ovdje bave time, znaš, oni uđu ko ekipa i onda gledaju kako, šta, gdje. Da li to rade nove lutke sa ovom ljudi? 150, evo odavde ubija headshot.
Koliko je to? 10?
To je 10 metara.
Da, u glavu.
Pa ću da se odaljem. Da vidimo 11 metara. Radi
i dalje. A mislim i na 15 radi.
15 metara. Ne radi.
100, da vidi se.
Evo 14 metara. Znači do 12-13 metara.
A imaš i ovo. Ovo se isto probao. Imaš levering. Probaj. Mislim da ima negdje terminus, ali nisam siguran, ne. Ali imaš Winchester ovu svoju.
Ima terminus, mislim da ima.
Nema, moraš da ga poneseš iz lobija. Nema, ima Spectar, ima Semi-Auto 5 i tako to, ali nisam ga vidio. Tu imaš Mossy Nagant, ja mislim. I Krag. Mislim da ima Krag. Ima Karabin, koji Boris jako voli. Ovo? Ono, pa je sad ovo. Gdje si ti?
Ovo si mi 75 tačka.
Da, ali ovaj... Ono što mene zanima je da li čuješ odakle sam pucao.
Sam čuo pucan, čuo sam samo da je udario metak.
Čuš kako repetija ne voliš?
Čuje se prigušeno, ali jako je teško odrediti odakle to ide. Da, čuje se, ali... Ne znam baš koliko tačno može da...
Znači, psihološko ratovanje. Evo ti, probaj ti. To ono kad ljudi uzmu to smeće. Sve vreme sam išao u krug i pucao iza tebe. Po zvuku sam te pratio korak, znači pucao iza tebe da vidimo ćeš provaliti gdje si.
Ne može se provaliti po tom pucu, da li si gore, dole, možeš eventualno pravac, ali...
Ali pravac demetak udari, prepostavljam.
Da.
Ajde ti probaj, pucaj za mnom. Možeš po nogama, po guzici, kako hoćeš. Ma kaki. Ušte, čuje se oblast, čini mi se.
Ako neko stoji ščičuren uz bunju i puca, jako je teško da on provali odakle ti puca. Jedno da ako ne vidi bljesak iz...
Ma ni bljesak se ne vidi.
A se vidi bljesak? Aj pogledaj.
Ne.
Vidi se.
Pored tebe ću pucati.
Vidi se
Kaki?
jako malo.
Ma nema tako, jedino da ga zoomiraš u cev dok te on puca. Vidi se malo dima. Kad opališ vidi se ono kao oblak dima iz obliča.
Zamisli neku u bušu ovako sa onim skinom Hetzmanom, ovako stoji s ovim
i samo te
gometom.
puca. Puf, puf,
I
puf.
on do 100 metara može samo te polako krtka jebati.
Gledaj, u Tarkovu se to sve vidi.
A ne, ovo nije Tarkov, izvinjavam se.
Brate, kakva pogoda.
Skok. Ali nisam se nadao da će uopšte da...
Znaš ti šta je juče lik uradio u jednoj partiji kad smo igrali, ja, Milan i Kres. Lik imao je automat. Lik iskače, Milan baca sticky bomb kroz otvoren prozor.
Da?
U momentu kad on baca sticky bomb, lik iskače kroz prozor s automatom. U letu ga pogađa. Jednom pada dole, Milan pokušava da se skloni da uđe unutra kroz dupra vrata, on je s jednom ispalio onaj rafal od 3 metra, ubija ga, jebote. Stvarno...
Pa dobro, pretpostavka je bio da je bio u sobi negde pored prozora.
Ne, on je njega video, ne, to ovako je bilo, evo ovako. To je ona mapa, kako se zove...
Sale.
Jebote, nije velika je voda, okolo je sve voda.
Pa to ti je ovo, Lawson Delta.
Samo da vidimo, da li to moguće. Jeste, to je skroz gore, levo u ćošku. Ključi mapu.
Dobro.
Evo onaj compound skroz gore levo.
A znam, oni dokovi, Godar dokovi.
I ima ovako stepenice na gore. I kad se popneš ovako gore, tu su dupla crvena vrata.
Dobro.
A prozor je ovako ovdje. I Milan odavde baca tu bombu, prozor je otvoren, baca bombu, bomba leti, stikica zabavlja se u prozor, ali on u tom momentu iskače kroz prozor, ne kači ga stiki i dok je leteo ovako u letu, opali 3 metka, pogodi ga jednom i još jednom je gotovo. Bote mi bilo. S ovim pogoditi to je...
Pa evo ti reloaduj, probaj da me pogodiš. Dotiću neki 30 metara. Ajde ne budem baš na levar, evo.
Ajde može to neko, samo... To je...
O, kako me metak vratio nazad. Prvi me metak pogodio i ono kao mogo sam se pomeram i drugi metak me vratio nazad. Je, ali to je bilo 9 metaka, čini mi se, ili 12.
9, ja. Odavde to je misalna imenica pogoditi.
E sad da, zato što čini mi se po trzaju vidiš oružje gdje se meci vratno zabade i možeš tako da koriguješ.
Jeste, i to ti je fora, znači, znaš gdje sam te nišanio? Ostavim tako tu da stojiš. Ovdje sam nišanio, evo ovdje. Bukvalno ovdje.
Gdje? Tu?
U noge tvoje, bukvalno ovdje u noge, u stopalu.
Po nogama?
On baca na gore, pa da, po nogama sam te nišanio. Eno vidiš, gađam lutku dole. I on ode gore.
Meci lete gore. Je to kao Counter Strike kad igraš?
Pa ima taj trzaj, da, jeste to, tako s onim kalašom.
O, znaš da imaš nitro? Da možda probaš. Samo da vidim nešto. 114. Kako skidaš s Nitro Expressom na onu lutku tamo? Na desnu.
Koju?
Ova što je sad digla se, ne leva nego desna. Ne mogu ti pinovati, ja mislim da ne vidiš moje pinove.
Ova?
Znači ne, čak sad ću ti reći, ova što padne sad, gledaj.
Aj pogodi.
Čekaj, evo ti sad je porobu bavi.
U grudi, jel?
Pa da. 140. To znači ne ubije. To ne ubije. To je 46 metara. Čekaj da vidim. Ne možeš. Pa damage pada. Evo ti gledaj. Stat ću ja prvi gađi mene.
Da, ali fora je to, treba pogoditi.
Ajde, gađi. Evo, to je jedan. I sad ja znam da me ti nišaniš i sad ću ja ti stanem baš.
Tako je.
A ti 2 metka imaš.
Gotovo, već nema metaka, brate.
Ja imam 50 HP.
Ne može zezati.
Artiljerija.
Artiljerija. Kako s ovim pucaju može po 1 metak da se puca? Nije mi jasno kako to oni urade.
Dark side.
Topalim jednom i dark side, jel?
Da. Tapneš jednom dark side, trebalo bi da otkaže 2 metka.
A jeste, bravo.
A koliko si potrošio, to je pitanje.
1 metak.
Probaj opet.
Ali moraš baš brzo uraditi. Čekaj.
Moraš upaliti. I to je 1 metak, jel?
1 metak, brate, s automatom.
Ne ti viš. Ali ja mislim da to radi ovako. To radi ovako, razumeš, kad nema latencija 0, razumeš. A kad igramo na serveru, mislim da na serveru to nema šanse da radi. Morao da opali 3, znaš?
Sad je 3, moraš baš brzo uraditi. Evo 1 metak.
Tako radi. To sam gledao ovi kad igraju. Elita, da kažem.
Da, nego, znaš, ja sam gledao jedan snimak, čovjek kao headshot s automatom. Sad on, na primjer, ovako čuči i nišani lika negdje koji ga ne vidi. A taj lik je, mislim, ne kreće se.
I?
Ali to je baš teško uraditi.
To bi 1 metak ili?
Čekaj. 1 metak ili 2.
Pa gdje?
Ovo je 3.
To je 3, vidio sam po trzem.
To 50 mi stine u glavu.
Pa dobro, ali to jeste što da ne potrošiš.
Da, ali znaš šta je tu fora, jebi ga, ti kad si tako u toj borbi, to sve ja se ne stim da iskoristim consumables. X puta sam imao i granatu i sve i ovo ja u panici, brate, ja ću sad baš da nišanim i da gledam dark side kako ću da pogodim, nema šanse.
Gledaj evo, čekaj samo vidim gdje si ti.
Imam 100 HP.
Daj, gledam distancu. 22. Moram ga nateći do kraja. Koliko je to bilo?
Ostalo mi je 25 HP-a, 30 mi je ostalo.
To je 20 metara.
Da, čekaj si ishiram, pa pravim ponovno.
A probat ću full da ga navučem do kraja. 20 metara. Full. To je full kad sačekaš do kraja da se ono zategne struna.
One shot kill.
Jes, evo ti probaj.
Nema stavljeno. To.
Mislim, ljudi koriste shotgun ili onaj kako se zove.
Ja volim ovo,
Samostrel. Znaš šta je problem, znaš koliko je njegov taj kill range? Ajde probaj na 20 metara. Sve si pogodio. Skinuo si mi 100.
Grudi.
100. Ja mislim da ruku pogađaš, nisam siguran. Malo da se nekim... Čekaj.
Može ovdje.
Zapravo, možemo lutku gađati, pa ću ti reći odmah.
Evo ti heal ovdje.
Aha.
150.
Ali na koliko je to, da?
Ovo je 20 metara.
Ja mislim da je štos sa rukama, znaš. Gledaj. Probaj sad me pogodiš. Na koliko? 15... 20 metara, probaj. One shot. Gornji je dao torza. Moram si mi pogodio stomak malo pre. Ne, u ruku si mi pogodio. Znaš? Ne znam kako si mi pogodio. Prvi put kad si me gađao, pogodio si me...
Da, ovo ti je tačno, znaš gdje ti je strela bila? Tačno ovdje ispod marame. Znači, bukvalno tačno u grudi, u srcu. Bukvalno kako ti marama stoji, pa malo ispod marame. Da, sad sam vidio tačno strelu virova.
Slušajte. ...23 metara. 27 metara.
Jebu.
27 metara, znaš?
Headshot si mi dao.
Ozbiljno? Nisam ciljao sam grudi pa malo više možda.
Headshot. Da, zato što strela pada, aj ponovno.
To su bile grudi.
Ostavio si me na 5 HP-a i manje. Znači, bukvalno 5 HP.
Čekaj. Ne moram se kilo. Sad ćete dići. Oh, isteklo je vreme za meč, nema mesa. Sad ne moram na posao.
Ništa. Interesantno.
Ovo je samostrel, ručni hunting bow, on ima one otrovne strele, s njima možda pobiješ 90% AI. Znaš?
Ja uzem s ovom stačmom drugu municiju. Uzem ubijam oboje svojima.
Shot bolt.
Da, shot bolt, ali to je bukvalno do 10-15 metara. I ne moram baš biti tako precizan, onoga kači ga malo jako promaši.
Shot bolt, ako se ja dobro sjećam, kad pogodi u drvo ili u prepreku, tu pukne i onda sačmo krene da leti na toj tački gdje je udario